Welcome to the Education Committee public hearing. My name is Dave Murman. I'm from Glenville, Nebraska. I represent the 38th District, which is 8 counties along the southern border in the middle part of the state. I serve as chair of this committee. The committee will take up the bills in the order posted outside of the hearing room. Our hearing today is your public part of the legislative process. This is your opportunity to express your position on the proposed legislation before us today. We do ask that you limit handouts. This is important to note. If you are unable to attend a public hearing and would like your position stated for the record, you must submit your position and any comments using the legislature's online database by 12 p.m. the day prior to the hearing. Letters emailed to a senator or staff member will not be part of the permanent record. You must use the online database in order to become part of the permanent record. To better facilitate today's hearing, I ask that you abide by the following procedures. Please turn off cell phones and other electronic devices. The order of the testimony is introducer, proponents, opponents, neutral, and closing remarks. If you will be testifying, please complete the green form and hand it to the committee clerk when you come up to testify. If you have written materials that you would like distributed to the committee, please hand them to the page to distribute. We need 11 copies for all committee members and staff. If you need additional copies, please ask a page to make copies for you now. When you begin to testify, please state and spell your name for the record. Please be concise. It is my request that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes. If necessary, we will use the light system. Green for 2 minutes, yellow when 1 minute remains, and red, please wrap up your comments. If your remarks were reflected in previous testimony, or if you would like your position to be known, but do not wish to testify, please sign the white form at the back of the room, and it will be included in the official record. Please speak directly into the microphone so our transcribers are able to hear your testimony clearly. I'd like to introduce the staff. To my immediate right is John Duggar, legal counsel. Also to my right at the end of the table is Committee Clerk Kennedy. The committee members with us today will introduce themselves, beginning at my far right.
Good afternoon, Rita Sanders, representing District 45, which is the Bellevue Offutt community.
Good afternoon, Lou Ann Linehan, representing District 39, which is Elkhorn and Waterloo in Douglas County.
Hi, Joni Albright, District 17, Wayne, Thurston, Dakota, and a portion of Dixon County and Northeast Nebraska. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Walls, out of breath, Lynn Walls. And I represent Legislative District 15, which is Dodge County and Valley.
Good afternoon. Tom Breesy. I represent District 41.
Good afternoon. I'm Danielle Conrad. I represent North Lincoln's Fighting 46 Legislative District.
And I'd ask our pages to stand up and introduce themselves and tell us what they are studying and where they're studying.
My name is Peyton. I'm studying law at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln.
Trent, I'm also at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln studying political science.
Please remember that senators may come and go during our hearing as they may have bills to introduce in other committees. Refrain from applause or other indications of support or opposition. For our audience, the microphones in the room are not for amplification, but for recording purposes only. And with that, we will begin the hearing for LB 583 by Senator Sanders.
Good afternoon, Chairman Murman and committee members. For the record, my name is Rita Sanders, RITA-SANDERS, and I represent District 45, which includes much of the Bellevue Offutt community in eastern Sarpy County. Today, on behalf of Governor Pillen, we are introducing LB 583 to invest in the future of our children. This bill would infuse $270 million into our schools through 2 avenues, which I will explain. First, I want to thank Governor Pillen and his extraordinary team for all the great work that they are doing. Before the governor took office, Governor Pillen committed to hearing every perspective of our school funding issue. He and his staff worked around the clock to develop a proposal for a groundbreaking investment in our education system, and I would like to recognize his work. Thank you, Governor. For many years, our system of school funding, known as the Tax, Equity, and Educational Opportunities Support Act, or TEOSA, has been inadequate. As a result, property taxes have skyrocketed, chasing residents out of state and financially challenging those who stay. This package is a great first step towards fixing TEOSA. The specifics, my piece of this package will do two things. First, it creates a new component within the existing formula. This component is simple. We invest in every child, providing $1,500 per public school student in foundation aid. Unequalized schools will be helped most of this part of the proposal. An estimated 180 districts would receive an increase in aid. The second part of the proposal increases state support for special education. Unlike the first component, this will function outside of the existing formula. We propose a new statutory provision that 80% of special education funding be covered through a combination of federal and state funding. In our discussions with Governor's School Finance Reform Working Group, we heard that there was a desire, as a member put it, lift all boats. Under this plan, no district will receive less aid than they do today. This policy will help both unequalized schools and equalized schools. It will also lessen the burden on property taxpayers when combined with Senator Breezy's revenue cap bill, LB 589, and Senator Clements' education trust fund bill, LB 681. These bills work together. Finally, I would like to address the amendment in front of you. AM 194 was brought by the governor's team in response to the concerns about the role option enrollment plays in the TEOSA formula. An Omaha World Herald article published on January 31st pointed out that some schools would benefit heavily from collecting both option enrollment benefits and foundational aid for these same students. This amendment addresses that concern, and the governor and his team can address the specifics. Thank you for your time and attentiveness, and I'll do my best to answer any questions that you may have, and some questions may be deferred to the governor and his team. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Senator Sanders? If not, we'll ask for proponents for LB 583. Welcome, Governor Pillen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Murman, for the opportunity to visit, and members of the Education Committee. Really appreciate it. Everybody's fresh on Monday, so that's good as well. For the record, my name is Jim Pillen, J-I-M, P as in Paul, I-L-L-E-N, and I have the incredible privilege, never get normal, of serving as the 41st governor of Nebraska. It's just truly incredible. I'm here today to testify in support of LB 583. I want to thank Senator Sanders for partnering with me in all of your work in bringing LB 583 on my behalf. This bill is really pivotal to our education package. I also want to thank my team headed up by Kenny Zoller with PRO and Lee Will, who you'll hear from here shortly. They and their teams have really worked hard. We all agree in Nebraska, our kids are our future. There's nobody that doesn't agree with that. On December 1st, we announced a school finance working group that consisted of all sizes of school representation, superintendents, stakeholders of Nebraska, and members of the legislature. Senator Breezy was a part of that group. Senator Sanders was a part of that group, and I'm probably overlooking somebody. But after listening to the educators, 3 things came out of those meetings that were abundantly clear, that people in the profession that work to make things, to educate our children, agree that we never ever give up on kids. And yet, because of where our funding is, there's moments that takes place, and it's unacceptable. I think that the other would be that we Nebraskans in the state and the federal government have lacked supporting special education and children in needs. That's a hard one for all of us Nebraskans to accept. Probably want to be in denial, but that's the facts. And then thirdly, that we just must reduce the financial burden from property taxes faced for our local schools. Nebraska ranks 49th in the state in funding education. Can't get much lower than that. So LB 583 accomplishes these goals by doing 2 main things. First, it provides the foundation aid component inside the TIOSA formula. This foundation aid would be $1,500 per student. This is guaranteed funding for each and every student in Nebraska's public schools. The state has been listening to our education community. One of the largest complaints in the past has been that the state is not providing enough dollars into K-12 public schools. This is one step addressing this issue. The state is promising to fund students at a minimum of $1,500 per student. The second is a supplemental special education funding. Just for way too long, Nebraska's public schools have not been receiving the proper funding for their most high-need students. The federal government has failed in meeting the 80% funding level that was promised. It is time for the state to step up and fill the gap in helping these public schools and the students. This bill will provide supplemental funding for the K-12 schools to get them up to the 80% funding level that special ed students need. These kids need this. They deserve it. Additionally, we have an amendment to help address foundation aid following net option students. This amendment would simply subtract the foundation aid amount a school would receive for an option student, making sure they are not compensated twice and equity is provided for all schools. With these 2 pieces, the state of Nebraska is making a huge investment in public schools. We're working to provide them with the funding necessary to educating all of our students. Nebraskans continue to agree that we can never, ever give up on a kid. It will remain my top priority as long as I'm your governor, that Nebraska's children are educated at a high level and that the state is invested in their education. I can't reiterate enough that this bill is a part of a package that's really important piece of Senator Breezy's 589 and Senator Clemens' 681. These bills must all move together as a package. Thank you for the time to visit, and I'll try to answer any questions. Director Lee will be after me, but I'll be happy to address any questions that I can.
Thank you very much, Governor. Any questions for Governor Pillen?
Gonna let me off the hook, Jim. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your work. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Chairman Murman and members of the Education Committee, my name is Lee Will, Leewill, and I'm the State Budget Administrator for the state of Nebraska. I'm appearing today on behalf of Governor Pillen and in support of LB 583. Thank you, Senator Sanders, for introducing this important legislation. This bill represents substantial investment in public K-12 education of nearly $300 million annually. The education formula known as TIOSA allocates just over $1 billion, meaning this would signify an increase of nearly 30% in state support. This will substantially alleviate the local burden of supporting education. This investment in education is done two ways. First, by supporting our special education students by nearly $150 million each year outside the TIOSA formula. This figure will continue to grow as additional students and needs are assumed by school districts. The most financial benefit will be to equalize schools, with Omaha Public Schools and Lincoln Public Schools receiving increased funding of $226 million each year, and Millard School District receiving an additional $9.1 million each year. This proposal will also benefit every single school district within the state. The governor's goal has remained consistent, that we never give up on any kid. In addition to special education support, the bill provides for an additional $1,500 per student inside the formula to ensure that no child is given up on. As the governor indicated in his testimony, this increase will not apply to option enrollment students. This per student investment will provide much needed balance to our education funding model to ensure that each kid has a chance. This provision will largely benefit our non-equalized schools to ensure they also receive substantial state investment for educational needs to alleviate their tax burdens. I have provided the committee with a handout containing a district-by-district breakdown of how these aims will be scored on a financial basis. As you can see, each school district will receive substantially more funding to ensure that our kids are receiving a great education. It's time for the state to meet their end of the bargain in investing in our kids, and it's time for school districts to do the same in lessening the property tax burden for all Nebraskans. This investment is part of a package that was discussed at the governor's education finance reform meetings. Senator Breezy's LB 589, also introduced on behalf of the governor, introduces a 3% cap and property tax growth to ensure that property taxpayers are not priced out of living in our great state. This also allows for a level of certainty for families to plan for their financial future. LB 589 also allows for local control by allowing for a vote of the school board or a vote of the people to override these limitations. Funding for these proposals is contained in the governor's budget proposal with an infusion of $1 billion in FY 23-24 and $250 million each year thereafter. This funding is included in LB 681, introduced by Senator Clements at the direction of the governor. It is estimated that the fund balance at the end of 29-30 will be over $500 million in the Education Future Fund. The governor will continuously monitor this balance to ensure solvency of this funding source long-term. This bill is a truly transformational investment in K-12 education and will put our educators on the offensive. It's time to invest in our kids, and it's time to address the property tax burden. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Will. Any questions? Senator Wayne.
So if I'm understanding this handout that you handed out, so pretty much all the equalized school districts, and I'm subtracting the SPED increased funding, are pretty much breaking even?
Yeah, for the foundation aid component, the equalized schools will not receive benefit. They receive it on the special education side, as you alluded to, Senator. So
Why not increase all?
Well, for Omaha, for instance, they're receiving $22.6 million for the SPED reimbursement. So it was a lever of looking at those equalized and non-equalized schools. For the equalized, it was a foundation aid. For the non-equalized, it was a special education reimbursement. That's how you kind of hit both of those levers.
So let's take West Side, for example.
Yep.
Underneath this, they're going to receive, well, I know the amendment's now added to help subtract the $1,500.
Correct.
But Don't they come out ahead underneath either the education one?
So they don't receive equalization aid, to your point, Senator, so it would not get washed out through the formula on the foundation aid component. So West Side is anticipated on receiving around $10 million. As I indicated previously, Millard's around $9 million, Omaha and Lincoln around 22.6.
Well, we're talking the special, I'm subtracting the special ed, they're receiving about 6.2 million, West Side is.
Correct, yes.
So even with the amendment, how is a kid in North Omaha worth less if they go to Omaha North than if they go to Omaha West Side?
I mean, I wouldn't say that they're worth less.
Well, but that's what we're saying.
I mean,
statutorily.
Right now, the Omaha School District receives around $300 million, right? And this would be another $22 million. We would work with you, Senator Wayne, to address anything if you feel this is inequitable. I feel that's part of the committee process, is kind of sharpen our pencils, if you will. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions for Mr. Will? Senator Breezy?
Chairman Murman, thank you for your testimony here today. The fiscal note showing expenditures of $366 million in 24-25, that doesn't take into account the reduction in TIOSA aid attributable to the increase in SPED funding, correct?
Well,
So
I think
that's not the net cost there to the state.
I believe Bryce, or with the Department of Education, Bryce Wilson scored the fiscal note. I believe we need to sit down with them to see what the assumptions that went into the fiscal note. My understanding is their SPED reimbursement was slightly higher than ours was when we were costing this model. We were coming in around 280 million. I think they showed 360. So, again, we got to sit down with education to see what the right number is. We are around that 280 to $300 million number. They came in around 360. The other thing is on the fiscal note, it has to be clear that the Education Future Fund is the funding source of this. Right now it says general funds, but that's not the intention. The intention is to leverage that Education Future Fund. So we will sit down with the Department of Education to make sure our numbers align, and then we'll work with the committee to make sure we can inform you.
Very good. Also, I assume we may have questions as to the sustainability of what we're doing here. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So
those concerns?
Yeah. So we took a look at the long-term model of this. By 2930, we're estimated of having in that fund about $575 million remaining. Now, the governor is making sure during his administration this is long-term stable. So, I can't recall anything other than the cash reserve fund that puts such a large investment for an expenditure like this. So, even 8 years down the line, we're going to have about $575 million based on our math, and we'll continuously replenish that fund.
And that's based on fairly conservative revenue estimates.
Correct. Yeah, so everything, the package, including the income tax cuts, the business tax cuts, Social Security, education reform, everything is included in the governor's budget package with about $2 billion left over between the general fund and cash reserve fund balance. Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Senator Albright.
Thank you, Chair Murman. And can you speak again to the option enrollment?
Yeah.
So who would get that 15? Would it be 1,500? Would it be the school that they should be going to, or the one that they have elected to option into?
So on average, my understanding is option enrollment it's about $10,000 per kid. So this would not be $10,000 plus 1,500. It just wouldn't be factored in on that $10,000 per kid. So it actually lessened the amount on state obligation by about $9 to $10 million because we're not giving in addition to that student.
Any other questions? I have one. So this breakdown does not take into consideration the amendment?
It actually does take into consideration the
Oh,
amendment. Yes.
Okay.
So West Side, for instance, Senator Wayne's point came down around $2 million. So it came from 12 down to 10 about. And then there were other school districts that had option enrollment students that also came down because it got backed out of how much you need to finance.
Okay, and then a follow-up question. So the $1,500 that does not follow the option student.
It does not follow the option student.
Yeah, so that is built into, so that decreases the state's obligation rather than
Correct.
increasing the
Yes.
property tax relief or funding to schools?
Yeah, so it would bring it down around 110 to 102. Essentially, the Overall World Herald article and Senator Wayne's point is if you look at those students and they're being provided $10,000 as it is, looking at the issue, it didn't make sense to add an additional 1,500 on top of that.
You're right. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Will? If not, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other proponents for LB 583? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Murman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Steve Hansen, STEVEHANSON. I serve as president of the Nebraska Cattlemen and a fourth generation cattle producer from Elsie. I work alongside my family on our cow-calf operation and feed yard. My wife of 50 years was a teacher at our local school for 28 years. I sat on our local school board for 4 years. I appear before you today to testify on behalf of the Nebraska Cattlemen in support of LB 583. Nebraska Cattlemen support Governor Pillen's plan to provide critical funding of $1,500 per student to the schools across Nebraska. The current way we fund education is broken, creating a burdensome load to all taxpayers. We believe the proposed plan is a necessary step for the future of our state's education system. This plan will give all schools additional resources to use when planning their individual budgets and will reduce pressure on their property taxpayers. Those are worthy goals, and 583 is certainly a step in the right direction towards reaching those goals. We thank Governor Pillen for taking this first step, and we look forward to continuing to work with him in reforming our broken TIOSA formula. Nebraska Cattlemen has long advocated for a move to a percentage-based formula needs model. We acknowledge the additional funding in LB 583 is a beginning. Nebraska Cattlemen has always advocated for a basic funding model which guarantees each school district receives a meaningful percentage of its basic needs from the state. We believe that this is a more equitable method for rural districts where the annual per student costs can be up to $25,000 due to unique challenges of our schools face. The $1,500 is a drop in the bucket, but a percentage of formula needs would get us closer to the level of funding needed for these districts, not only produce a high quality education, but also relieve the heavy burden of property taxes on their district. We do acknowledge that a shift or a change in this drastic would take a reform of the current formula for this to be a viable action. And thank Governor Pillen for taking immediate action in his proposed plan. The increased special education funding in 583 is strongly supported by the Nebraska Cattlemen. This has long been promised to schools across Nebraska, and we applaud Governor Pillen for finally keeping that promise. In visiting with our rural schools, one special education student can cost a district upwards of $100,000 a year. This can cripple a small district and add to the burden of the local taxpayers. This part of the plan will result in direct property tax relief and fulfill a commitment that was long ago promised to these valuable students. We commend the governor and Senator Sanders for taking quick action to make a long-term investment in our children and providing needed relief for property taxpayers across Nebraska. We look forward to continuing to work with the governor's school funding program and to find viable solutions to make Nebraska the state where every person wants to raise a family and educate their children in our school systems. Thank you for allowing us to voice our support, and I would be very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hansen? If not, thank you very much. Welcome back again.
Hello, my name is Edison McDonald, EDISON, MCDONALD. I'm here representing the ARC of Nebraska. We're Nebraska's largest membership organization representing people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families. We support LB 583 to help deal with the crisis in special education and finally deliver on a decades-old promises to properly support students with disabilities. We've been calling for serious system reform in our special education system to deal with the crisis families are facing, whether through learning loss, increased use of restraint, increased use of seclusion, school push-out, or lack of proper supports. The lack of special education staffing is hurting students. When we don't have adequate staffing, this is what happens. Overloaded and under-supported staff are unable to properly support students. Then when adverse actions happen, they have a harder time focusing on de-escalation and end up with more dangerous incidents. We appreciate Senator Sanders and Governor Pillen's leadership on this special education crisis. Bills like this will be a historic investment in special education. I just want to note, I have a picture in my office of when we created special education and the ARC led the way then. Those promises were made then. I hope that those will be fulfilled now. The significant shortage of teachers and support staff means that students and teachers are being placed into unsafe situations and students are suffering. In particular, students in rural districts are dependent on property taxes and they're hit even harder. This is not a new problem, nor is it solely a Nebraska problem. On your sheet, you have a graph of shortages by departments over the last 20 years. As you can see, the only department to have shortages every single year is special education, followed by STEM. This is not a short-term problem. You can also see on the attachment, we have a map of states that have the worst issues with special education staffing, and Nebraska is in the group of states with the worst issues. While this is not new, COVID has really exploded the impact. Pre-COVID, between 2015, 2016, and 2016-2017 school years, special educators were 11 times more likely to leave the classroom and 72% more likely to change schools than general education teachers. Now it's clear those numbers are even higher. This is a key piece of a long-term solution to our special education issues. If partnered with short-term solutions like LB 385, we can ensure a short and long-term fix for the families who are desperate for it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we urge your support of LB 583. And with that, any questions?
Any questions for Mr. McDonald? Senator Conrad.
Thank you, Chair Murman. Good to see you again, Mr. McDonald. I know that you've been a frequent visitor of our committee, a frequent testifier, which we appreciate. Being a strong voice for Nebraskans who are differently abled and their families and the different ways their lives intersect with state policy. I think you were here maybe last week when we were looking at similar
LB 324.
Yes, to increase special ed funding. And I'm thinking that it will definitely be a big part of the work for the committee as the process plays out. But, you know, do you have a preference today for which option we pursue to increase special education funding? Or is it any option is a good option? Or if you want to think about it a little bit and circle back with us after the hearing, I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, we definitely looked at that and talked about that amongst my board. I think we prefer this option to LB 324 because 324 is phased in, whereas this is immediate. And 324 is within the formula, and this is outside the formula. Okay. So that provides added benefits.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's very helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. McDonald? If not, thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Swotek, SWOTEK, and I'm here today speaking in support of LB 583. I currently serve on the Board of Directors of the Nebraska Association of School Boards and serve on the Board of Education for Malcolm Public Schools. I also have the distinct privilege of serving as one of two NASB representatives on Governor Jim Pillen's School Finance Reform Committee. As a parent, a career banker for most of my life, an ag producer, and as a dedicated volunteer public school board member, I have seen firsthand the value a quality education can bring to our children. As Nebraskans, it is our moral and economic responsibility to provide for the educational needs of our children. Fulfillment of this obligation not only helps our kids become productive, responsible citizens, but it also sets a foundation of academic excellence
for our next generation of Nebraskans to compete on a local, regional, national, and even global basis. Governor Pillen's School Finance Reform Committee was the first time in recent memory where state government reached out to the education community to sit at the table and openly discuss broad goals, define challenges, exchange ideas, build consensus, and work together in setting a course for the future of public education in Nebraska. I'm confident this series of conversations held just a handful of weeks ago mark the beginning of a renewed commitment and partnership for the ongoing dialogue and solution-driven results. As called out in LB 583, allocating $1,500 from this fund each year through fiscal year 2029-2030 for each and every public school student in Nebraska ensures no public school student in our great state goes without state support. Through a reduction in state-funded equalization aid, this per-student allocation results in a net increase of nearly $113 million in additional funding for public schools. In the majority of school districts throughout Nebraska, this funding contributes directly to local property tax relief through offsetting state dollars for local schools. This is a win-win for our children and for local property taxpayers. Additionally, this bill invests nearly $157 million the first year and incrementally more each year through 2029-2030 into local school districts to fund our commitment to special needs students. LB 583 will statutorily require 80% of all special education funding to be covered through a combination of federal and state funding, up substantially from current levels. This additional reimbursement outside of the TIOSA formula is critically important because it helps all districts, even equalized districts who are at or near their levy lid. This is a key provision of this bill, and I strongly encourage you to keep it as written. With nearly 1 of every 6 children attending Nebraska public schools qualifying for some level of special education services, and these numbers are continuing to grow, these are precious dollars for precious kids with special needs, and it's the right thing to do. I urge you to support LB 583. The return on this investment in our children and our future is immeasurable. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Swate? Senator Wayne.
Does Malcolm benefit from option enrollment?
Yes, it does.
So I asked the same question. I don't know, Malcolm, but why from a state's perspective should we pay more for an option enrollment kid to attend your school than to attend a regular neighborhood school or community school?
I'm sorry, I'm not following your question.
Well, I don't know what school districts are around Malcolm, so you have me there. But if they're opting into your school district, they're opting from somewhere else.
Correct.
So if they're opting from, what's near there?
Lincoln.
So if they're opting from Lincoln and going to Malcolm, why from a state's perspective should we pay more for that kid to not attend their neighborhood school or their local school, but go to option somewhere else? Why as a state are we putting an emphasis on not going to your local community? And why is that a good policy decision from your perspective since you benefit from it?
Malcolm does get option students coming in from some neighboring school districts, even beyond Lincoln. This is a parent choice, a school choice matter. And parents are choosing where they want their kids to go to school. And because they're no longer in that district where they originate from, they're going to another district where we don't get the benefit of property tax valuations for those particular students. That, again, I'm going to leave all the details to people that know the formula much better than I do. But it's a way of being fair and equitable for those students.
And arguably, you're getting property taxes from people who don't send their kids to schools at all.
Yes, that's true.
But the state is covering for a parent who wants to make an option to go somewhere else. And we should increase that value. So from a state perspective, we're putting a premium on choice, is what you're saying.
No, I wouldn't say that at all.
Well, isn't the kid worth, aren't you receiving more dollars from that kid if he options in than he doesn't?
No, Senator, that kid is no longer an expense to the local school district from where they originate from. And to pay for that particular student, the state is helping to move those dollars, excuse me, from one district to another.
So since they're not part of that, let's say Lincoln now, we should subtract that student from that Lincoln one and have that same exact dollar follow that student.
Well,
Why would
how do you
why would we
define
increase
same
the
exact dollar?
amount? I'm trying to figure out, why do we increase the dollar amount? So for OPS, if a kid's only worth 4,500 from a state perspective, let's say Lincoln, it might be 5,500. We're just talking numbers here hypothetically. So why don't we just transfer that 5,500 to Malcolm? Why do we have to increase it to 10,000?
Sir, I'm not, I don't have the knowledge of what individual districts, of what as you characterize a kid is worth. The state, or the optioning mechanism has been in place for many, many years. It is a way to fairly and equitably compensate those districts for when a child is transferred from one district to another. And so I don't think there's an issue of fairness.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Mr. Swotek?
Okay,
If not, thank you very much. Good afternoon.
I feel like I'm short on this, and I feel like Lily Tomlin. For those who don't know, she's in the new Brady movie. So I am Kathy Danek, Kathy Danek, and I'm a board member of Lincoln Public Schools. Good afternoon, Chairman Murman and members of the Education Committee. I am testifying as a proponent today, but there are concerns that will be shared in later testimony regarding the foundation aid portion of this bill that still needs to be addressed. However, this afternoon, I will focus my testimony on supporting the proposed changes in special education reimbursement through LB 583. Currently, Lincoln Public Schools averages under 50% in special education reimbursement. The special education supplemental aid proposed in LB 583 would increase the special education reimbursement to 80% of the actual anticipated expenditures of the school district for special education, minus the total amount of existing state and federal funds to be provided to the school district for special education, excluding special education supplemental aid. So this bill adds up to an additional 30% on top of the existing 50%. And I would add, I've been a proponent of increasing special education funding, not just on the state level, but nationally, where they get about 13% of the promised 40% for more than 50 years. So as you can see, it's something long overdue. What is unique about Senator Sanders' bill compared to previous bills proposing increases in special education reimbursement is that this additional reimbursement is paid directly to districts, and it is not treated as an accountable receipt. If counted as an accountable receipt, the district's state equalization aid would be decreased in the amount that was received in the new special education reimbursement. I want to thank Senator Sanders for recognizing how rising special education costs impact schools. I think she's back here. Thank you. By directing the funds to districts, it is possible for those funds to relieve the pressure on those costs on the general fund and allow the districts to address existing unmet needs in both general and special education. This is a new approach in proposing increases in special education reimbursement. We also want to highlight our appreciation for the amendment filed today on LB 681. LPS believes it is directly tied to the sustainability of education funding, and it has impacted our district through LB 583. Again, we thank Senator Sanders for her approach to improving special education reimbursement. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Danek? Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Murman. Are you going to have, is your finance officer, superintendent of finance, going to be here to testify today?
She is out of town today, so.
Is there anybody from Lincoln Public Schools, from finance department, or that knows how the formula works for Lincoln? I mean, I know you know, but I mean, like down in the weeds, no?
Well, I don't believe they're coming today, but let me ask Mr. Neal is here. John, is anyone coming from finance?
come from finance today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. How many students, do you know how many students opt to a different school that live in Lincoln Public Schools but opt to Norris or Malcolm?
No, but what I do know is about as many that opt out, opt in from neighboring districts. It's always been reviewed in Lincoln as kind of a wash. Some kids come for specific programming, some leave for specific programming. Some parents want smaller education environment. A school of 2,300 kids compared to maybe a neighboring school of 1,100 kids is a significant difference for some children.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, Senator Wayne.
So I've introduced foundation aid bills before, and Lincoln's always been opposed. So what is different in this regards? What makes this bill different?
We didn't really talk about the foundation aid. Our proponent status on this is on the special education funding.
So what is the school district's position on the foundation aid piece?
Right now, we believe foundation aid is still inequitable if you're making it part of an accountable receipt otherwise. We have not had a discussion as a board on foundation aid, so I would ask that you give us an opportunity to do that. If I gave you my personal opinion, it would be significantly different than possibly what my district.
I understand it. So where I'm struggling for Lincoln, Omaha, and schools that are equalized is, especially ones who are at $1.05 on the levy limit, we're essentially giving general funds, which is a combination of sales tax and a lot of things that Omaha and Lincoln put into.
Mm-hmm.
And we are supplanting rural districts and those who are outside of equalization aid with dollars. But essentially for Omaha, Lincoln, it comes in one hand and goes out the other, and we see no benefit on the financial aid side, foundation aid side.
I would agree.
Okay, then I don't have a question. I was trying to figure out why you were in support, but now I know.
I'm
You get it.
supporting the special ed
Special ed.
reimbursement because
I think-
it's a hill I've tried to die on for more than 21 years.
I think we're in
And if
agreement.
any way you can figure out how to help special ed kid, I'm going to be here screaming and hollering to please support that bill.
But on the foundation aid side, the concerns that I kind of just raised are some, or maybe your personal concern, maybe the board hasn't adopted yet.
My personal concern is that the foundation aid doesn't help Lincoln at all unless you figure out how to make it outside of an accountable receipt. And I don't even know what that would do because we haven't modeled all of those things. So there are a whole lot smarter people than me that mess with those numbers every day. As chair of finance, I trust them to give me the best information. And I will take that question back to my colleagues.
Thank you.
Senator Conrad.
Thank you, Chair Murman, and also really appreciate Senator Linehan not asking folks like me, new members of the committee, to know the weeds on how the formula impacts the school district specifically with each moving part there, but definitely trying to get up to speed as quickly as I can on all these issues. What I'm hearing from you, Kathy and Ms. Stanek, who've known each other
We've
for
known
so
each other
long,
forever. It's okay.
yes, is that there are aspects that we find a lot of agreement and consensus and common ground on in the governor's transformational education proposal. There are aspects of the package in this bill and in other bills that are kind of a part of that package that we're hopeful that maybe from Lincoln's perspective or other school districts' perspective that will let the process play out, have more dialogue, have more negotiation to maybe make sure that we can address any concerns that might be remaining in this measure or other parts of the package. Is that a fair kind of assessment?
That's extremely fair. I think
Okay.
what we may not realize is as board members, we're board members, but we also have a personal stake in our community. I'm the mom of 3 educators and a son-in-law who's an educator. So that's 4 that sit at my tables and holler at me about what's going on each and every holiday. And I have one that's a principal, one that's special education, and one that's a school psychologist. And special education is one of the things they all highlight over and over and over again about being a drain on a teacher, a drain on an administrator. It's a drain on resources, not because the kids are a drain, but because there's never enough to go around to meet all of those needs. So while a rising tide raises all boats, special education funding raises all boats across the entire Lincoln schools. We provide special education services in Lincoln, not just for our public schools, but also for our parochial schools. So a lot of people don't even know that. And I think it's really important that we understand that does help Lincoln Public Schools.
Right. And I've always admired your leadership in terms of ensuring equity for our students, whether that's within Lincoln Public Schools or whether that's, broadening that lens across the state. And I think that, we're really trying to grapple as stakeholders in this important conversation with, how can we help to lift all boats? How can we make sure that, as the governor noted, no child is left behind, so to speak, that they all have a chance to win. But I'm also thinking, through my legal training and otherwise, that there's nothing fair about treating folks that are not similarly situated in the same way, right? Like there's different needs in different districts. And so a one size fits all approach is not always going to be equitable, right? When we have more significant needs in some places. I don't know if you wanted to weigh in on that, or that's a broader conversation perhaps beyond the.
It sounds like dinner at my house.
Yeah,
so.
Instead of just a 3-minute testimony here today, but those are, I think, some of the issues that I've heard from folks in the education community and constituents in our district, just kind of trying to figure out, we appreciate and understand we want everybody in Nebraska to be successful, but we want to make sure that we can take into account local needs as well, and the needs that we have in Lincoln, educating a very diverse student body and a very large population are different than maybe some other school districts are
That's
facing.
accurate. We actually, I have 4 kids. I came from a family of 9.
Okay.
So when you want to talk about diversity, that
Yeah.
really goes spread out. The reality becomes no 2 children are the same. Every child has a different need. I've always believed in Lincoln that we provide an education system that tries to meet the needs of each and every child. As a mom, I've seen that. As a grandmother, I see that.
Mm-hmm.
But more importantly, my father was from Valentine.
Mm-hmm.
My mother was from Laurel Hardington. So I understand rural and urban because that's where my dad and mom's roots are. And I think we have to look for a system. I appreciate what the governor did in inviting the superintendent and Dr. Standish from Lincoln to go and be part of this discussion, because you can't just serve one part of our state. We do have to serve the whole state. In Lincoln, we've been up against a $1.05 levy. I've been on the board since 2001. I've seen the levy go up. I've seen it go down. When I got on the board, it was dropping a nickel every year. All of a sudden it was, wait, no, $1 doesn't work. 95 will be even worse. And we keep tinkering with a formula without the state saying we're going to have a long-term investment. So there are some things here with a long-term investment that I believe will help education long-term. I can't say anything's perfect. I haven't seen the modeling for it. I haven't seen what it does to our budget except for the special education funding. And that's why we limited our testimony to the special education funding.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Chairman Murman. Thank you for your testimony here today. You and Senator Wayne brought up the notion of foundation aid, and I detect a little angst about foundation aid. But have you calculated how your foundation aid per student at LPS compares to, say, the foundation or the, let's back up a second. Have you calculated how your total state aid per student compares to your total state aid per student out in rural Nebraska? For example, LPS versus Boone Central, where I come from.
I can't say that I've seen that. I've seen a document, Senator Breezy, but I don't have the numbers with me. I'd be happy to look at them and maybe have a meeting with you later about that.
Okay. Would you disagree if I suggested that state aid per student at LPS is probably 3.5 times what it is out at Boone Central?
I would also say there are schools that are 89 kids and we have 41,300 kids this year. So you can call it economy of scale, but if you put them in, that's more kids that are in parochial education across the state of
Sure.
Nebraska.
No, I understand
Okay.
you have a large district, but I'm saying folks that I talk to back home, they compare what they're getting per student from the state compared to what OPS or LPS is getting, and there's a perception out there that it's extremely unfair the way it's set up currently. But wanted to share that perception with you.
The levy is really the part of it. We're up against a $1.05 cap. Everything we do has to stay within that cap. And I don't know that if you have 80 cents on your levy of authority that you can access compared to being up against the top of your levy, and you have to go and ask your property tax owners for a more significant increase, that's also a burden. And we've done really well at trying to keep within our $5 levy. Do I have any 40,000 acre farms in the middle of Lincoln? No, but I probably have a significant number of people that live on little 100 by 200 square foot lots that would tell you they're paying $3,000 to $4,000 a year for property taxes as well. And we're trying to serve all kids and all families in Lincoln Public.
But you're not suggesting that schools in Nebraska are underfunded overall? I mean, LPS students' needs.
Well, we're
are being
49th
met,
out of
right?
50th, so I would say that that would be inaccurate. So
Yes, but the needs of LPS students are being met, correct?
I'd say we meet them with the resources that we have available.
Thank you.
I think she had her hand up first.
Senator Wallace.
Game show. I just have a quick question. You mentioned levy. Does this plan allow you to reduce your levy?
I haven't looked at that yet from a budget standpoint, and we are just starting at the beginning of the process. So
Okay. All right, thanks.
I don't spend money that's not in my bank. So.
Senator Lindsay.
Just a couple of clarifying questions. When we say 49 out of 50, you understand that's state funding?
Yes, I do.
Not total funding.
Correct.
We're nowhere near the bottom when it comes to per
Correct.
student funding.
And I'd also say that Nebraska has some of the best public schools in the state, in the country.
So since Dr. Sanders can't be here, can I ask if you could take back to the administration a question?
Yep.
Could you please ask Dr. Stanish if the special ed cost that you incur are included in your formula needs?
Okay, I will have her do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I guess, I don't have to raise my hand, I guess. I just have.
Well, thank you for letting me call on you, Senator Murman. I feel like a teacher all of a sudden.
You talked a lot about the challenges that Lincoln has to educate the students in Lincoln, and I totally agree with you. But would you agree that we definitely have challenges out in greater Nebraska too that are, different, but we have challenges also, like geographic distances, and we don't have as easy a way of efficiently, the sizing classes and so forth. So just want to ask you if you agree we have challenges.
I served as president
also.
I served as president of the Nebraska Association of School Boards about 10 years ago. Yes, I know there's challenges in every square inch of Nebraska to educate kids. And the number one thing I know is doesn't matter whether your parent came from Hemingford or Lincoln. That's about as far apart in the state as I can get. The reality is everybody wants a good quality education for their child. And I think that we have a responsibility as a state, as a community, to make sure that that happens.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chairman Murman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Kyle McGowan, KYLEMCGOWAN, and today I'm representing the Nebraska Council of School Administrators. We'd like to thank Senator Sanders and the governor for the efforts in 583 to recognize the importance of serving all children and the reality that some students need greater assistance than others. The assuring schools that they'll receive at least 80% reimbursement for these important programs will assist with local budgets and hopefully then local property taxes. When I started as an elementary principal in the early 90s, schools were being reimbursed for special education costs for approximately 80%. When I left school as a superintendent in 2016, our district was getting approximately 50% reimbursement. In our district, we had several children that had cost well over $50,000 per year. As I mentioned previously, NCSA represents all Nebraska schools. All Nebraska schools will benefit from this proposal of 583. There has been a discussion amongst our members about the foundation portion, the foundation aid, and we are supporting 583 and recognizing the importance of the Education Future Fund reference within the bill. Again, thank you for your time in supporting the children of Nebraska.
Any questions for Mr. McGowan? Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Murman. On the 80%, when did you say in the 90s?
90s, it varied a little bit. If you were serving children in preschool, you actually received a little bit more.
So do you know what the federal funding did from like 2000 to 2010?
How it decreased, you mean to what amount? I don't know.
You know, I think, does this sound right? Let me say it this way, that in 20, I think, I shouldn't say, maybe 2005, federal funding was about 20 billion, and now it's maybe down to 10 or 12. You don't know.
I don't know those numbers. Okay. I just know that we kept getting less and less as a school
But I
district.
think it was the federal funding.
Oh,
We kept getting less and less, right? Not the
absolutely.
state funding.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying
Correct.
to Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. McGowan? If not, thank you very much.
Chair Murman and members of the Education Committee, good afternoon. My name is Josh Fields, Joshfields. I am the Superintendent of Seward Public Schools. I'm offering testimony today from STANCE. STANCE stands for Schools Taking Action for Nebraska's Children's Education. It's comprised of 18 mid-sized school districts, free of lobbyists, representing nearly 25,000 students across the state. STANCE is unique in the fact that we have districts representing the entire state from Shattern to Plattsmouth. Levy ranges from $1.05 to 60 cents. And enrollments ranging from less than 900 to 4,000. We represent of Nebraska education. We don't take it lightly in our position with the legislature. We're offering proponent testimony of LB 583 proposed by Senator Sanders on behalf of the governor. As an organization, we appreciate Governor Pillen inviting STANCE to be part of the discussion this last December and hopefully continue conversations in the future around important education topics such as today with school funding, but also the teacher shortage, CT, and other important topics. We also appreciate being allowed to provide feedback from our STANCE representation with new ideas, concerns, and questions throughout those meetings. While I understand this is not a perfect solution for all STANCE schools, we do feel it is, as approved, if approved as is, this proposal would help STANCE school districts overall. Foundation aid at $1,500 per pupil, if not equalized, would provide substantial support to districts such as Seward, Aurora, Lakeview, Waverly, Wahoo, Ashland, Greenwood, Holdridge, etc., that are not equalized. Additional special education funding from the state to make up the difference from 80% from the federal government outside of TIOSA formula is a key component for equalized school districts, as it would help all boats rise without having it to count as a resource. This important allows equalized schools within STANCE such as Crete, Shattern, Columbus, and South Sioux to also see a bump in state resources as well. Overall, STANCE schools would see an increase in state support from $320,000, which is the lowest in Shattern, to around $4.2 million in Waverly. Using current projections, the injection of funds could also see school levies drop from 5 cents to 20 cents within STANCE schools. STANCE also appreciates the 10 equal payments throughout the year to help cash flow issues that some districts may face. Thank you again to the Education Committee, in particular Senator Sanders, for proposing LB 583. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from Mr. Fields? Senator Walls.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Fields, how are you?
Good.
This was overall STANCE schools have seen increase in state support from $329 in Shattern to $4.2 million in Waverly. Do you know the story behind Waverly?
Well, it would be,
how is that?
and I think the biggest difference would be that their number of students, so they've got a lot more students than Shattern would have, but also they're not equalized like Shattern would be. So going with Senator Wayne was talking about, equalized schools would be essentially held harmless within this. And so the money that Shattern would get would be from the special education bump, where Waverly would also benefit from the foundation aid plus the special education bump.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other? Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Murman, and thank you, Dr. Fields, for being here today. Can you tell me why it's so important for the equalized school districts that the special ed funding is not included inside the formula?
It wouldn't have to be counted as a resource in it. So when and it's my understanding, I don't want to speak for equalized schools because Seward is not equalized, but from my understanding, I think we'll have people behind me that'll probably testify also can answer this, but is that when it's counted as a resource, it's not a dollar for dollar. And so if when it's outside, that is going to allow you not to count as a resource piece for the TIOSA formula, which would allow you to get that infuse of money versus if it was counted as a TO, so then like the gentleman before from the ARC talked about, then it wouldn't be as big of a benefit that way.
But the needs are going to stay inside the formula, right?
I can't
But
answer.
it's okay.
Yeah, I
You
can't
that's
answer that
fine.
question.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate
Yep.
it.
Any other questions for Mr. Fields? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Holton, TerryHoulton, and I'm the Special Education Director for Miller Public Schools. I'm here to testify in support of LB 583. First, on behalf of Miller Public Schools, I would like to thank Senator Sanders, the governor, and his staff for recognizing the need for better funding in special education programs and services and for the ongoing dialogue. Specifically, with regards to 583, the 80% funding of special education would be a significant benefit to Miller Public Schools. Currently, special education reimbursement is at approximately 42%. Moving that percentage up to 80 and making that increased percentage outside the state aid formula ensures that equalized districts like Miller Public Schools will receive a direct benefit. This would alleviate pressure on our budget for special education services, which has otherwise been extensively reliant on local resources. It will also help us to meet the individualized supports, resources, and services for each of our 3,300 students with disabilities. Special education services are a critical part of the mission of Miller Public Schools, allowing us to engage and challenge all students, including students with disabilities, throughout their education. We also would like to highlight our appreciation for the amendment filed today for LB 681, which our district believes is directly tied to the sustainability of educational funding and impact our district analysis of LB 583. Again, thank you for your recognition of this need and the ongoing collaboration. We are supportive of the increase in special education funding, and with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Holton? Senator Wayne.
I mean, doesn't it say something that if we have to move special education funding outside the formula, that our formula probably isn't working?
Senator Wayne, that's a great question.
I thought of it.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. My knowledge and expertise really are in special education and special education funding. How special education works with the greater formula is beyond really my scope. And I would encourage you, I would suspect there's other people in the room that could really give you a more authentic and probably a better answer to your question, but I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Holton? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Murman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jack Moles. That's JACKMOLES. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Rural Community Schools Association. And on behalf of NERCS, I would like to voice our support for LB 583. We thank Senator Sanders as well as Governor Pillen for considering the needs of all of Nebraska's public schools, their students, and their taxpayers. With about 2/3 of Nebraska schools not receiving equalization aid, NERCS believes there is a failure in our system of funding our schools. LB 583 attempts to rectify some of these failures. The $1,500 per pupil funding does address the governor's desire to invest in every child, and we very much appreciate that and agree with Governor Pillen on that. The other part of it, LB 583 would raise the reimbursement rate for SPED expenditures back up to the 80% of allowable costs. I shared some of this information with you a week ago. I'm going to go over some of it again, if you don't mind. But I did looked at a study done by the Nebraska Association of Special Education Supervisors, and they found that local spending or local funding for SPED
from 2011, 2017 increased by 54%. In the meantime, state reimbursement only grew by 24%. And Senator Linehan, to your question a little bit earlier, federal reimbursement dropped by 47% during that time. I did a study of my own on special education expenditures in all public schools in the state. I looked at, how much they grew. And what I saw, there were 10 districts, well over 200% growth in a 15-year period. Cedar Bluffs was 613% growth during that time. And then you can see the rest of those there. Additionally, 55 other school districts saw an increase between 70 and 100%. Overall, 158 districts saw at least an increase of 50% during that time. And all this took place when reimbursement rates were dropping. So, see, I'm about out of time. In closing, we very much appreciate Senator Sanders, Governor Pillen for the recognition of the inequities in state funding of our public schools, and we would urge you to move 583 forward. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Moles?
Just a quick question. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Try to remember what my question was. You said that there was a increase in attendance, or an increase in kids attending some rural schools. I don't remember what you call it. Did you just say that or not? An increase in not attendance, but
the special education costs. We did see
okay.
a very much increase in that.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't hear it right. Thanks. Sorry.
You're not the only one. I get it all the time.
I can't see and I can't hear.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Murman and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Bombeck, Daniel Bombeck. And I currently serve as the Director of Student Services at Educational Service Unit 2, and I'm here today on behalf of NASSUS, the Nebraska Association of Special Education Supervisors, which is an affiliate of the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, in support of LB 583. I'm honored to join you today as a Nebraska educator and as an administrator in support of this bill that will provide an increase in special education supplemental aid. And that's where my expertise lies today, is more on the special education side of things. In 1975, Congress enacted the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, formerly under a different name, outlining protections for students who have disabilities. This act has been reauthorized several times since, with the most recent taking place in 2004. Through these, the act expanded the original service provisions to provide more comprehensive services to students, and in the case of Nebraska, has extended services to include ages birth to 21. The services outlined in IDA are required to be provided, meaning regardless of the fiscal availability, a district must implement its provisions as determined by the Student's Individualized Education Plan, or the IEP. Unfortunately, the federal government has never fully funded IDA and has several compliance measures in place that potentially make these put these funds at risk from year to year. On average, across the state of Nebraska, districts cover 53% of the special education costs for through local funds, 35% with state funds, and 12% with federal funds. I'll point out that some of my numbers, the 35% from state funds, might disagree with some of what earlier testimony has indicated. The piece I would like to point out here is, I think in this indication, we're taking into consideration birth to 21 and ages birth to 5 or preschool age are not a reimbursable expense through Nebraska. So those are part of that piece. Additionally, state reimbursement is not currently available for children ages birth to 5, allowing this to only be covered by local and federal funds, leaving little to no federal dollars available for school-age services. This leaves districts to cover these required costs through local funds and state reimbursement only. Trends also are showing that the state reimbursement pool and federal dollar allocations have not kept up with inflation and the increasing cost of special education services. According to the BLS.gov inflation calculator, the nation has seen a 23.66% inflation increase since 2016. Compare that to a 9% and 8% increase in state funds and federal funds respectively, and we quickly see that local funds continue to bear the brunt of special education costs and will continue to do so in the future. Again, I want to thank you guys for your time and thank Governor Pillen and Senator Sanders for proposing this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Bombeck. Any questions, Senator Linehan?
Thank you, Chairman Murman. So in your fourth paragraph in here, according to the BLS.gov inflation calculator, the nation has seen a 23.66% inflation increase since 2016. Increase in what? In special ed cost or?
No, that's just an increase in inflation and cost of services in general. So what we're seeing is that the increase, so that isn't necessarily comparing specifically to special education costs, just the cost in the general society. So that would be our wages that go into paying anybody, whether they're in education or outside of education, the cost of goods.
So does that include this last year? I don't know how you get that high, unless you're talking about this last year.
So I think I am no expert in this. This is the reason why I Googled it and went to the website and said, hey, what is that? My guess is that it indicated it is about a little over 3% each year. And by the time you compound that out, the overall total comes out to 23%.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm no specialist in inflation. So
That's fine. That's fine.
Google is my friend.
We'll Google it too. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Mr. Bombeck? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Murman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Mark McCarg, MarkMchargue. I serve as president of Nebraska Farm Bureau. And on behalf of Nebraska Farm Bureau, I'm here to testify in support of Senator Sanders' LB 583, introduced on the request of the governor. I'm also testifying on behalf of the Nebraska Corn Growers, the Nebraska Pork Producers, and Nebraska Soybean Association. According to the fiscal note, in the first year, LB 583 invests $113 million in Nebraska public schools for providing foundation aid of $1,500 per student, which has been talked about. It's important to note that this function is within the TIOSA formula. In year 2, state funding will increase for special education students. When added to federal funding Nebraska receives, it will equal 80% of the school district's cost to provide those services. This function is outside of the TIOSA formula, which has been mentioned as well. The special education investment will be $253 million. And it's important to note that this investment in special education cannot be cut without serious financial consequences because of the federal maintenance of effort, or the MOE requirement for states to receive federal assistance. When combined, special education funding and foundation aid will provide public schools $366 million annually. For years, we have advocated that the state needs to take a greater responsibility in funding our public schools in order to reduce Nebraska's over-reliance on property taxes. This is a bold move by the Governor Pillen and the senators supporting the bill, which is part of the governor's package for education funding reform and property tax relief. It increases state aid to schools by approximately 33% annually. It is also a bold move that demonstrates the governor's willingness to listen to the education community. In December, Governor Pillen pulled education property tax relief advocates together on three occasions to develop a plan to begin formulating a way for Nebraska to reduce its over-reliance on property taxes and address the education issues. Nebraska Farm Bureau was one of those at the table. From the reports from our representatives early on, Governor Pillen had areas that would have the biggest impact, and education said that special education is part of that, which is now a part of this increased school funding proposal. For those concerned about sustainability, LB 583 coupled with the appropriations bill for this package that will put $1 billion in an education trust fund to be supplemented annually with $250 million is sustainable. I've seen the numbers, and it is so sustainable that it actually has a rainy day reserve fund that we can weather the worst of financial storms. With respect to the means of property tax relief, is my understanding this package proposed by Governor Pillen respects the premise of local control. So it's imperative that school boards, upon receiving this money, take action to actually reduce and provide property tax relief. This package includes a cap, that's a soft cap, but it's imperative that on our behalf, that these funds continue to flow through and down to for property tax relief. And if that doesn't happen, Nebraska Farm Bureau will need to have some more discussions with the package. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. McCart? I have one. I think you pretty well covered it, but the Farm Bureau does support the total package, not just this section of the governor's proposal for education.
Yeah, absolutely. We feel like this entire proposal has to move together. And quite frankly, as a father of a special needs child that's received probably in that $50,000 to $75,000 a year type, understand certainly that within the special ed there's a need. But as we roll this all together, we're primarily concerned that it does flow down and actually end up being property tax relief. If it doesn't do that, I think we're funding important parts, but on the special needs side, if we want to fund special needs, let's fund them. But if we can't guarantee that that money flows down to property tax relief, we need to understand that and not be counting that as property tax relief.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. McCart? Thank you very much. Any other proponents?
Oh, absolutely. Good afternoon, Senators and Chair Senator Murman. My name is Kristen Larson, Kristen Larsen, and I'm here on behalf of the Nebraska Council on Developmental Disabilities to testify in support of LB 583. Although the council is appointed by the governor and administrated by DHHS, the council operates independently and our comments do not necessarily reflect the views of the governor's administration or the department. We are a federally mandated independent council comprised of individuals and families of persons with developmental disabilities, community providers, and agency reps who advocate for systems change and quality services. The council serves as a source of information and advice for state policymakers and senators. And when necessary, we take a nonpartisan approach to provide education and information on legislation that will impact individuals with DD. NCDD is here to support the intent of LB 583. This bill, introduced by Senator Sanders at the request of Governor Pillen, would increase funding for special education. The council is pleased that the governor recognizes that Nebraska special education is woefully underfunded and unfair to many students. LB 583 expands state funding for special education and will bring a historic, extensive investment of funding to educate children with disabilities to begin fulfilling the promises made when special education was created. If passed, we would finally keep that federal decades-old pledge to absorb 80% of the local school district's expenses to educate children with disabilities. Despite receiving some matching special federal education funds, you've heard from others that currently local districts are forced to pick up as much as 42% of the remaining special education costs. The council also works with partner organizations to reverse the historical bias against individuals with disabilities with a mission to promote self-determination, independence, productivity, inclusion, and integration into all facets of community life. Investing in sufficient special ed funding is essential to improve the long-term outcomes for students with disabilities. Public education is the cornerstone of our democracy and is the mechanism by which this nation prepares all students to pursue the benefits of freedom to fully exercise their rights and responsibilities. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, ensures that children with disabilities not only have the right to attend public schools, but receive a free and appropriate public education. They have access to the general ed curriculum and receive a meaningful education in the least restrictive environment that prepares them for post-secondary education, a career, or other endeavors. It's our hope that when states and the federal government fully fund all components of IDEA and provide increased funding for Part C, Head Start, and our other early intervention programs, that students with disabilities will be better prepared for adulthood and may require less Medicaid-funded HCBS services and supports. All students deserve an education that sparks their curiosity and desire to learn. I'm also the parent of a 29-year-old with autism and an intellectual developmental disability. He grew up in Kearney, received all his services K through transition there. And I can tell you that as a fierce advocate alongside with my husband, we knew that we asked, what could we do more to improve his life and the life of others? And I can remember back in 2001, his elementary principal said, we've got to increase appropriations to address the formula, that the local district was taking the hit, and that was what, if we could just get that addressed, it would have immense impact. I've run out of time. I also talked a little bit about my role in SEAC. I'm not speaking on behalf of SEAC. I just want you to note that as a council representative, I participate in the Special Education Advisory Council, and the funding issue has long been discussed, and that council includes family members, administrators, educators. And it's definitely an issue, and this is just the right thing to do. So thank you for your time.
Any questions from Ms. Larson? Thank you for your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Murman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jessica Shelburne, Jessica Shelburn. I'm the State Director of Americans for Prosperity, Nebraska. I'm not going to go over what everyone else before me has said today. I just want to point out a few things. Governor Pillen and Senator Sanders with LB 583 have listened to concerns of the education community. They are really trying to address some of the long-term issues that we have heard over the years in dealing with education. And I think they should be applauded for that. I mean, this is a significant expenditure that we are making into education. That being said, we do have concerns. As someone who's been around the legislative process for a long time, I am very familiar with the fact that when you have lots of different pieces and you need them all to move together, that doesn't always happen. In order for our support to stay strong on LB 583, it has to move forward as the package that the governor has presented with the various bills introduced by Senator Murman, Senator Linehan, and several other members of the body. Because like previous speakers have said, the idea of shifting some of this funding and taking on more of the liability of education funding by the state, while that is great, the taxpayers, the property taxpayers have to see some relief. This cannot just simply be a windfall for the education community. The property taxpayer has to see relief as this package moves forward. So with that, I would welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Shelburne? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Mintz, JenniferMeintz, and I am the mother of, I'll try not to get emotional, of this beautiful young lady, Grace, right here. I do serve on, as Kristen was talking about, the SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Council, and I am not here to speak on behalf of them. I am here to speak on behalf of of myself as a parent. School districts have faced many obstacles over the past 3 years. I mean, many years, but the past 3 years, we've really noticed it a lot in our home with the staff shortages, the mental health issues on the rise, and resources that are limited. We need to support our school system so they can teach our kids and help them reach their fullest potential. My daughter has received special education services since she was about 6 months old. They came to our house, starting and still receiving them today. And we are grateful for every single person that has been in her life in Lincoln Public Schools. Over the past several years, there have been lots of challenges with staff shortages, remote learning, changes in special education funding. There has been a shift in how schools are supporting children. Teachers and staff members are forced to be creative with their staffing, pulling teachers during their plan periods, pulling specialists from their plan periods and their other times, grouping students together. So not necessarily that that's bad, but it's different for kids. That learning environment is different for our kids. Instead of providing that one-on-one staffing, administrators being pulled from their duties, which they're already, not enough hours in the day for all of our administrators. So teachers are burning out, and teachers are burning out a lot younger. I'll never forget about 2 years ago, right in the height, it would have been 2020 in December, I was at Michael's shopping for some art supplies for Grace for Christmas. And there was a young lady there, and I asked her, I didn't know what kind of paints or markers I was getting. And she just looked kind of flustered. She was a new teacher. And I just, sat there. I said, thank you for what you do. And she teared up, and she needed that day. So we need to help support our young teachers, keep these teachers in education for a long time, like they always have. So with that being said, it's time for us to come together and support our schools. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Mice? We
Or
really
Grace.
appreciate you both coming in today.
Thank you. Oh, Papa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Murman and members of the education community. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Bud Seinhorst, President and CEO of the Lincoln Independent Business Association. That's BUDSYNHORST. The testimony I'm passing around, I think, hits on a lot of the points that we've already talked about today, or you've heard about from several folks. And I think from a small business perspective and the members that we represent, the constant thing we hear about is property tax relief. And I think as a package, this needs to move forward as we continually advocate with our local elected officials on different ways that we can address property taxes and how we can maybe move forward with budgets. We invest a great deal of time with our members looking through all of these budgets and trying to have open conversations and dialogue. So we encourage you to move this as well as the other packages together for this property tax relief, because frankly, over the last 3.5 years since coming to LEBA, I will tell you, I feel like I'm banging my head against a cement wall when I talk to our local elected officials about property tax relief, whether it's asking for a half a penny so that a local political subdivision doesn't have a $2.5 million windfall, to show some grace to the taxpayers and being told, no, we're going to take it and put it in our savings account. I think it's time that we move forward with these projects and we move forward with these packages so that we can show the taxpayer a little bit of grace. And if anyone has heard about Lancaster County, I'm sure it's happening in other places. As a county, we are looking at least a 20% average valuation increase this year. And I mean, we're hearing from people with 40, 50% property valuation increases. And what we constantly hear from political subdivisions and specifically the school district is this additional money is money we need because we don't know what's going to happen next. And we've got to address this problem. We've got problems with affordable housing, workforce housing, and all these other issues in our community. So we encourage this package to be moved forward, and I would be open to any questions anyone may have.
Any questions for Mr. Seinhorst? Senator Breezy.
Chairman Murman, thanks for your testimony here today. You've heard the conversation about how to achieve property tax relief. We can give it directly back to the taxpayers through the credit funds. We can funnel it through schools like we're talking about here. Do you see the dollars we're putting into education here getting back into the hands of the property taxpayers to a great degree?
That's my hope, Senator. I'll be honest. I mean, and I think as this package moves forward, I think that's where we're at with it. We want to see that happen.
What about relative to the special ed funds? To the extent special ed funding, the needs are adequately met, do you think those dollars translate into property tax relief?
I think if we put it together as a package, hopefully it can happen. I mean, there's a lot of obligations that have been made that get continue to push down to local political subdivisions. We could probably have an entire hearing just on all of those that gets pushed down. So for the state to meet their obligation, I think we need to have something in place also that it's going to help the taxpayer in the end.
But you don't sound real confident as to a one-for-one property tax relief, those dollars going into.
I'm hopeful. I don't like to get too confident when it comes to talking about taxing authorities.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Seinhorst?
Thank you for your time.
Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Welsh, Davewelsch. I'm a farmer and currently serve as board president of Milford Public Schools. I've served a total of 31 years as a school board member, which means I have been studying the TIOSA formula for a long time. I'm here to testify in support of LB 583. I'd like to thank Senator Sanders as well as the governor and his staff for introducing this bill. Along with LB 681 introduced by Senator Clements on behalf of Governor Pillen, it will provide increased funding to schools, which is a big step in the right direction and will allow for property tax relief. I support the increasing of SPED reimbursement to 80%. I think all the testimony today has definitely supported that. Milford, it has always been, since 1990, we've always been an equalized school district. And if you are equalized, we receive our SPED reimbursement through equalization aid. With this plan, by pulling the increased SPED reimbursement outside of the formula, schools like Milford and others who are equalized will basically be double dipping on that reimbursement. I do not believe that that's an appropriate use of state funds. LB 583 provides $1,500 per student in new funding. While this new amount of funding is appreciated, it needs to be done in a way that distributes the money equitably across all Nebraska schools. One of the legislative intents of TIOSA, as stated in State Statute 79, is to assure a greater level of equity in property tax rates for the support of the public school system. This simply means that property tax levies should be closer together across the state. In its current form, LB 583 does not do that. The main reason is that because it does not address the property valuations within the formula. LB 320, which you will be hearing next week, does address this issue. And it's done so by addressing the huge valuation increases in ag land and also residential and commercial property. The reason I'm in support today, I'd like to encourage you to combine those two bills. Take a look at the one chart that has the bar graphs on it. And we don't have much time here, but you can see that by combining these two bills, you can bring levies down and closer together, which are the black bars in there. I think that's the direction we need to go. In the bottom left-hand corner, you will see that by combining these two bills, you can bring levies down for schools that are currently paying the highest levies, rather than just bringing them down 10 cents across the board as this plan would do as it stands alone. One other handout, and obviously you'll have to take time to look at these later. The colorful one, the first page shows the discrepancies between how this bill would work. And I see I'm at the end, but I would like to address West Side because that has been a question for the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. You ran out of time. Would you like to talk about any of the other charts you have here.
Sure, I could talk to forever, but I'd like to
Don't do
respect your
that.
time here. Yes. If you look at the one with the bar graphs, just the highlights there, again, I think the intent of changes to TIOSA and state funding should be to bring levies down and closer together. And we need to do that by increasing the number of equalized schools in the state. If you'll see in the left-hand side in the chart, LB 583 actually reduces the number of equalized schools by 22 because of the the $1,500 per student going direct to schools. And that comes out of your equalization aid. So that reduces the number of schools there. Again, the graph to the right, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. By combining LB 583 and 320, we can bring levies down and closer together. And that's also reflected in the the averages statewide in the bottom left-hand corner, that the combination of those bills can bring high levy districts down more than the lower levy districts. And I think that's an appropriate way to handle it. And then if you look at the more colorful chart, it just shows the discrepancies that are created. And again, I've looked at these models forever, and nobody, you can always find the outliers in here, but certainly West Side, as was pointed out in the Omaha News article, they could have a potential lower levy of 30 cents, while the schools in Omaha and Lincoln, Millard, Elkhorn would only go down 6 or 7 cents. By combining the two bills, West Side would be limited more to a 9-cent levy reduction, and the other schools would increase to around 12 cents. And you can go on down through there. Personally, with Milford and Centennial, which is about halfway down the page, Centennial has a levy under 50 cents. Milford's is nearly 92. Under 583, our levy would go down 2 cents. Theirs would go down 6 cents. I don't think that's the type of modeling or type of program we want to put in place. We want to bring high levy districts down and get them closer to the low levy districts, while also reducing the low levy districts by including funding for them as well. So I'll stop there. And if you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Murman. Thank you very much for being here. I think you might know more about this. So you're for this? I'm confused about what you're for. And what
I'm
you're
for
against.
583, especially for the SPED increase, but I do believe that that needs to stay inside the formula like it currently is. We've been pushing for SPED reimbursement increases for decades, as I think someone mentioned. Fully agree with that. I also believe that.
I'm sorry. Why do you think it should stay inside the formula?
Because equalized schools, SPED costs are included in our basic funding. That's part of the TIOSA formula that determines our equalization aid. When those costs are included there, and those costs and all of our other costs are greater than what our local resources are, then we receive equalization aid. So we're being reimbursed for those SPED costs through equalization aid. The increased level of SPED support would then be outside the formula. So we've already gotten reimbursed for it once through equalization aid. Now we would get that reimbursement again outside of the formula. That's my understanding. You've got an expert in the back over there that could answer that question maybe better than I could, but that's my understanding, and a lot of my understanding comes from Bryce Wilson. If you want to, if you want to question, if you have a question about school funding, that's the guy to turn to, and he's been very helpful, and I'm sure all of you have talked to him many times as well.
But you support the $1,500 per student.
Yes, and if you look at another handout that I had in there, I think it's titled Combining 583 and 320. Obviously, I didn't have time to go through all of that, but the main points there, if you look at the combined 583 and 320, we need to increase SPED reimbursement to 80%, needs to stay inside the formula as it currently is. We need to lower valuations within the formula. And I'm talking inside the formula, not what we're assessed against. And ag should go down from, currently it's at 72, bring it down to 42. Residential and commercial property from 96 to 86. If ag land tripled in value in 8 short years, and it's still tripled in value today. And that really threw TIOSA formula out of whack. All equalization aid, almost all equalization aid left rural Nebraska on that alone. Equalization aid has left urban schools because we've increased the local effort rate from 95 cents back in 2007 to $1, and it went up from there, and it's back down to $1 now. A fact that I think a lot of people don't recall is back in 2007, prior to ag land values going up, we had over 200 equalized schools in this state. The TIOSA formula was working. And now we have 86 equalized schools. And if LB 583 stands alone, we'll have 64 equalized schools. We're going the wrong direction for TIOSA to be effective. Its needs minus resources creates equalization aid. So if we can get back to the vast majority of schools being equalized, which is what this combining these two bills would do, we've got a great package here. And the governor is very committed to putting more funding into schools, which is greatly appreciated, but we just need to do it in the right way. To go on through there, the last 2 points of these combined bills would provide 10% of basic funding for schools. The reason we need that component is because, as was mentioned in earlier testimony, there's schools that are well over $15,000 in their costs. That would help there. And at the end, there's still about 24 schools that aren't up to $1,500 per student. And therefore, I agree with Governor Pillen's plan to provide at least $1,500 per student across the state.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. I guess I don't want to raise my hand. When you're combining the two, are you including the 3% cap then on spending?
Yeah, neither one of these bills have any caps in them. That's a separate bill that Senator Breezy has introduced. I think the soft cap, I think, is much more palatable to schools than what it has been in the past. So we appreciate his efforts in working on that. I'd have a few recommendations for that on the percentages you need for school boards to override that. But if it has to be part of the package to get enough votes to get increased funding for schools, then that's maybe the way it is. But I'd just be part of the discussion and compromise as we move forward. So yes, I strongly believe in lowering property taxes, and mine doubled in 5 years when valuations went up and our equalization aid went down at Milford.
Yeah, we'll discuss that more next week, I'm sure.
Sure.
So any other questions? Mr. Welch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your work.
Yeah, it takes a little research. You can understand TIOSA.
Any other proponents? Any opponents for LB 583? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Murman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Rebecca Firestone, REBECCA-FIRESTONE, and I'm Executive Director of Open Sky Policy Institute. We're testifying in opposition to LB 583 today for a few reasons. To be very clear, we commend the governor and Senator Sanders for their efforts to direct more state dollars to K through 12 education, and particularly to increase the state's commitment to funding special education. Open Sky is on the record as recommending that the most sustainable mechanism for providing property tax relief for the state is increasing the commitment through K through 12 funding at the state level. However, we're concerned about how this measure will interact with proposed property tax caps to decrease school funding overall, and we're concerned about the long-term sustainability of 583, particularly given other components set out in the governor's proposed tax and education bills. We modeled the effects of LB 583 along with LB 589, the property tax cap bill, since they're part of a package, and we looked at 9 different schools throughout the state. The special education and foundation aid provisions send additional resources to schools. However, each district we modeled lost tax revenue in the first year of implementation because of revenue caps limiting growth. All of the model districts had valuation growth greater than 3% and increased their property tax asking to meet their needs. The increased state aid provided by 583 ends up being subtracted from the prior year's property tax request and non-property tax revenue under 589, which means all 9 school districts saw revenue losses exceeding their increased funding under 583. We're also concerned that the $1,500 foundation aid is a flat amount within the bill without provisions potentially to grow over time with the changing educational landscape. While we appreciate the increased special education funding, we're concerned about the calculation being based on anticipated expenditures as well. Schools are currently reimbursed 2 years in arrears for actual expenditures for which they must provide documentation. Switching to anticipated expenses could require districts to guess what their needs will be without a process for recapturing any funds distributed that could end up exceeding a school's actual needs. Ultimately, we're concerned that 583 and 681 to create the Education Future Fund are at best a mechanism to temporarily direct more funding to K-12 education, and our modeling suggests within 7 years, this fund could be substantially depleted. That's why we would recommend a dedicated revenue source for K-12 financing to ensure that schools across the state have a predictable revenue stream. We think this is particularly important in the context of the other components of the bill, of the governor's package, which include through income tax cuts, a revenue reduction of $735 million by 2008. We also note that nowhere in the governor's bills is there discussion on what this additional funding is intended to achieve in terms of student outcomes. This package may direct more dollars to rural and non-equalized schools and achieve reductions in property taxes, but we don't have any measures of the adequacy of funding or the equity of funding, acknowledging that some school districts are going to have different needs than others. We also don't have any estimates of what this would cost our education system to meet student outcomes across all the spending at the state and local level. We would encourage the Education Committee to invest time in exploring these issues and focus on centering kids and student achievement. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions for Ms. Firestone? Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Chairman Murman. Thank you for your testimony here today, and thank you for this. I'll have to study that.
I can send you a electronic version so it's easier to digest because I know it's very small.
But one of the takeaways from your testimony, you're suggesting that we have some sort of an escalator in the $1,500 so it begins to climb at some point because its effectiveness will deteriorate over time.
I think there's two things. There's a lot of moving parts here that we're trying to tease out in terms of the package. When we grew the amount going into 583 over time against the amount that's potentially set aside in the Education Future Fund for it, over time, we grew at about 3% per year. Over time, by about 2030, we saw that the fund could potentially be depleted. And that was just assuming that the foundation aid stayed at $1,500. We are also concerned, however, that education costs change over time and that 3% increase in revenue, that 3% increase over time might not actually account for student needs, but the bill is written right now so that it's a flat $1,500. And we don't know how student needs are going to change over time, how school needs are going to change over time. Other states, when they do foundation aid, they may benchmark it or index it to inflation so that it at least adjusts over time.
What has the historical growth been in school spending last 10 years annually? What's the cumulative average? Is it right around that 3%?
Okay, Senator Breezy, I don't actually have that number. We use 3% in order to grow it over time because that's a sort of a common growth factor for looking at changes in expenditure.
But if I suggested it was right around 3%, a little above, a little below, you wouldn't disagree necessarily?
Not necessarily, but I'd like to go back and confirm that.
Thank you.
So, yep.
Any other questions, Senator Linehan?
I can't recall exactly what you said. It was like maybe in the second to the last paragraph about needs or outcomes. Did you say something about outcomes?
Yeah, I was talking about outcomes.
What, can you repeat that?
Sure. So there are in the field of education finance, there are those concepts of adequacy of funding, particularly which is often benchmarked against student outcomes to sort of see that that a school system has sort of adequate funding in order to meet a particular set of student outcomes. There's a variety of different ways in which those funding formulas can set outcomes. Our understanding of the literature on this is that typically there's a consensus process by which education policymakers come together and agree on a set of outcomes that they would want school systems across the state to achieve, and then would go through a process of modeling what it would cost to reach those outcomes. So there's a variety of different ways in which outcomes could be defined.
So is the planning process of how much you have to spend to get those outcomes, is there already look back that worked or didn't work?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite following your
Well, if you,
question,
if you have
Senator.
a plan that says these are the outcomes we want to have,
Mhm.
and it's going to cost X number of dollars, you would do this in business.
Mhm.
You'd go, okay, that's our goal. That's how much we're going to spend. And then somewhere out here, you go, okay, we're 3 years into this.
Mhm.
What is the result of what we're doing? Are there studies showing that?
Let me check and see. Probably the best place to go is to Kansas because their funding formula is based on like a base aid for student excellence, which I believe is based on sort of.
I know,
trying
but
to
do they
reach those
get to
outcomes.
student excellence? That's my question.
Yeah, let me go back and check and see if I can get some more data for you on
Thank you very
that.
much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other opponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Chip Kay, ChipKay. Chairperson Murman, Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to start by complimenting Governor Pillen and Senator Sanders. From a total dollar standpoint, looking at LB 583, it certainly could be considered a win for public schools. This is certainly from the viewpoint that serving our special populations and increasing the reimbursement rate from 42 to 80% and keeping some of that percentage outside the resources calculation is a very good move. But my concern is that some will make the worst assumption that could be made and that increased special education reimbursement will automatically lead to general fund levies and property tax asking decreasing. This would mean that following the reimbursement, those funds are not necessary to reinfuse back into special education through either additional programs, increased costs, or expanded personnel to reduce the increased caseloads. Columbus, like many communities across Nebraska, have taxpayers that are supporting programs for the public schools and for services we provide to the parochial schools in our community. It would be great if we could make a higher percentage of the SPED reimbursement outside of the resources calculation because that helps both public and private schools. I think we've heard some of the rationale why that may not be able to happen. School districts that are equalized currently will see no increase in aid from LB 583 outside of what, of course, is in SPED. The foundation aid simply shifts our equalization over to a different column. What this means is if a district is land rich, they will see property tax relief through foundation aid, where districts of higher residential concentration, which make up the majority of equalized districts, will see little to none. The plan doesn't address the needs formula like current legislative bill 522 would do for poverty, another statewide issue. The plan simply says equalized districts are already receiving enough funding without understanding the complexity of student needs. A simple look at general fund levies across the state would likely tell a different story about funding and support. LB 583 has the potential to do more. Columbus Public Schools, 84% of our general fund budget goes towards personnel or contracted personnel to serve students and necessary operations associated with a large district. I'll answer your first burning question. Only 6.6% of that budget is actually attributed to administrative costs. Even the state of Nebraska recognizes 8% as a standard of administrative costs when it comes to special services. Now, I did not have an opportunity to see AM 194, so it does sound like some of the equitable distribution of the funds may have been addressed with the option students. But foundation in itself, if you're going to move for equalized districts that over, is that truly equitable? What's most concerning is that LB 583 doesn't guarantee the future of TIOSA equalization or addressing the needs formula. When packaged with LB 681, which I understand also has had an amendment, the Education Trust Bill, and LB 589, the CAP bill, it further diverts the transparency of the end game. The Education Trust, similar to what was proposed in LB 891 last year, is a well thought out idea. But if funding LB 583 outpaces the Education Trust, what does that mean when the funds are gone? What is the true sustainability? How is it possible to ensure equalization is protected? Schools seeing the ability to increase funds are still bound by the 3% cap, and that's based on revenue. Could it mean that a district can't grow fiscally to address the needs of this package? Even with the very thoughtful amendment by Senator Breezy, I think the answer could be yes for some districts in Nebraska. If we want to solve property tax issues, it's likely time to address it through statewide tax reform.
If we want to address public school funding, let's do it with the intent to serve students, provide equitable resources, and improve the fiscal position of districts so that we can continue to address staff wages and benefits. At this time, Columbus Public Schools stands opposed to LB 583 because we shouldn't settle for good enough when we have the potential to do so much more. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. K? Mr. Conrad?
Thank you so much, Chairman Murman. Mr. K, this is something that you touched upon that I've been kind of grappling with during this hearing after hearing some of the proponents kind of characterize, this significant policy and financial shift as really just a first step. And so maybe I was picking up a little bit of that same consternation in your testimony or perspective, and I wanted to just tease that out. And maybe that's, if it's not fair, let me know. But is part of your concern is that if we adopt this as a first step, the next logical steps are an elimination of TIOSA as we know it. Is that overly dramatic?
I think that's a fair concern. Certainly, 583 does some things to simplify it. And there's certainly been conversations that we could look at a different formula other than TIOSA, which is complicated. Now, TIOSA does protect the equitability of and the differences of the districts. And so without TIOSA, there's likely not equalization. I think that's fair to say that they go hand in hand, at least until something different is presented.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. K? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Murman, members of the Education Committee. My name is Spencer Head, SPENCER, I'm the president of the Omaha Public Schools Board of Education. I'd like to start out by thanking Governor Pillen, Senator Sanders, Senator Breese, the other senators and introducers of this package of bills. We appreciate you including us in the conversation, working with us, and allowing us to work with you to explain the unique challenges that equalized districts, specifically OPS, face in the education environment. So I'm appearing before you today on behalf of the Omaha Public Schools in opposition to LB 583. To simply put it, our opposition is a philosophical one. While we applaud the inclusion of the language to increase special education funding to 80% of anticipated expenditures, we simply can't support the bill as written. And so our district's position is more of a principled one. It's been a consistent position of OPS that we oppose foundation aids, as it's inherently disequalizing, it's unfair to our taxpayers, students, and constituents. Equalization aid, as you understand, is the difference between needs and resources. For more than 30 years, our state's approach to school funding has been fairly straightforward. School districts that have higher resources than needs than resources receive equalization aid through TIOSA. School districts that have higher resources than needs receive no aid. It's pretty simple. LB 583 and various other bills over the years that seek to add foundation aid, regardless of whether inside or outside the formula, are simply efforts to reallocate state resources to districts that under current law don't require additional state resources. To be clear, they may want additional state resources, but they don't need additional state resources because they have sufficient local resources. I understand why this comes up every year. As local resources have increased due to significant increases in property values, many school districts no longer receive the equalization aid they used to. While LB 583 includes foundation aid as a formula resource, that ultimately has no bearing on school districts who already have more needs than resources. Is simply an increase to state funds of $1,500 per student, which further exacerbates the disparity in local resources between equalized and non-equalized school districts. I see that my yellow light is on. I've got a little bit more here, so I'll email out a copy of this to everybody else. But with that, I again appreciate being included in the conversation, and I'm happy to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Head and Senator Linehan?
So thank you, Chairman Murman. I'm sorry, and thank you, Mr. Head, for being here. So if we took the $1,500 out, would OPS at least support 80% special ed?
So we've consistently supported the 80% special ed. I know we were here last week in support of Senator Wishart's 80% special ed bill, and I know that's a little bit different because it leaves it inside the formula versus outside like this. Our problem has historically always been the foundation aid.
Okay,
piece
so
of it.
you,
And so
you
if we-
support 80%, you came in last week and supported Senator
Yes.
Wishart's 80%.
Mhm.
Okay, so what you don't like about this
Is the
1,500?
foundation piece correct?
Okay, thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Senator.
Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Chairman Murman, and thank you for your testimony here today. I heard the word disparity in your comments there.
Mhm.
Would I be correct in calculating that the state provides roughly 2/3 of OPS's operating budget?
It's roughly half, I believe. We've got our finance guys behind me. If you have any specific questions, he'd be able to come up and answer those, but it's roughly half.
But I see that, I think you receive close to $5,600 per student in state aid, overall state aid, with $8,600 per student cost. To me, that calculates out to about 65%. And did you ever calculated what that percentage would be for a rural unequalized district?
It would be a lot less.
Okay.
So,
If I told
yeah.
you 6% back where I come from,
Sounds about accurate.
yeah.
So,
And I
and-
could find districts even less than that, probably 1 or 2%.
And so, Senator, when we're talking about disparity, we're looking at our taxpayers are contributing the maximum $1.05, whereas some districts are at 60 cents. And, that's a local decision. That's fair. We're not saying there's anything wrong with the school district making that decision. But the 1,500 foundation aid for us goes in one pocket and out the other. And so our taxpayers are still paying $1.05, whereas theirs are going to be going down to 55, 53, whatever it may be.
But in the face of that disparity between state funding of rural districts versus urban districts, you still don't want to send a dime out to rural districts in the form of.
So it's not that we don't want to send a dime out to them. And again, we were here last week in support of Senator Wishart's bill, which leaving special ed inside the formula, that wouldn't benefit us at all. But it would kick money out to those unequalized districts through their formula resources. And so it's not that we're opposed to them. It's looking at the TIOSA formula and how are you defining equitable? Is it equitable for the school district? Is it equitable for the student or the taxpayer? And we're looking at the formula as trying to be equitable for how we fund school districts and how we educate students and how much money we have to educate students versus what may or may not be equitable for the taxpayer. I think if we want to have a property tax conversation, that's a good conversation to have, but that shouldn't necessarily be part of how we fund schools.
Well, I appreciate your perspective and appreciate your support of increased sped funding inside or outside.
Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions? Mr. Head, Senator Conrad.
Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your testimony, and I really appreciate your perspective just in regards to kind of broader policy or philosophical kind of components that have to be a part of the nuts and bolts work as well. But, I know this is something that you probably hear from your constituents. I hear a lot from my constituents in Lincoln, but our property's valued at 100%. And, that doesn't seem fair to us kind of thing. So, I'm just trying to get an understanding because I think our values are the same.
Mm-hmm.
We all want Nebraska kids to succeed. We understand that this urban-rural divide is counterproductive to that goal. So we're trying to figure out how to allocate resources to make that work, but we also have different needs in different communities kind of thing. So would you be concerned from OPS's perspective if indeed this measure is fairly characterized as a first step and would be, take us down a path of eliminating TIOSA as we know it?
Yes, absolutely. So that was the second page of my testimony, which
Okay.
I'll send out to everybody if you care to see it. So we obviously, as Senator Breezy noted, rely heavily on state funding. Looking at the LERs at dollars, so our local resources are roughly 50% of our general fund budget. So we rely on the state to come in with equalization and backfill the rest of that. And so, not necessarily this bill, but one of the partner bills in the package creates the, what do you call it? The Education Future Fund.
Right.
Which prioritizes funding the foundation aid, funding the special education at 80%, but it doesn't prioritize or allow money to go towards equalization. And so that's one of the things that would really help us get on board, is not only include equalization as a permissible use of that, but also prioritize it, because we've seen 23 of the last 25 years, the state in some way or another has come in and tweaked the TIOSA formula, in good or bad. And so allowing the state to use those funds to fund equalization for us would make us feel a lot more comfortable. I can't guarantee that it would get us on board, but it would at least make us it would make it a lot more palatable.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Lindsay?
Thank you, Chairman Murman. You just said 23 out of the last 25 years, we tweaked TIOSA. We haven't tweaked it since 2017.
So that's what the finance folks behind me told me. So they're up next.
All right.
Yeah. They're up next. Sharpen your spears.
Okay. Oh, you are bringing finance. I've been nice. You are bringing finance people.
Yes.
Well,
We
that's
came
good.
prepared.
Good. Thank you. Excellent.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Murman, members of the Education Committee. My name is Shane Ryan, SHANE-RHIAN, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Omaha Public Schools, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Ryan?
I'm not even gonna go there because but so you came in and supported Senator Wishart's bill, or your school did?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We can talk. We don't need to stay here all night arguing about which years we tweeted what, but
Okay.
we haven't tweeted it lately.
I would agree that the last adjustments that have been made to the TIOSA formula were to move it back to a more normal state and were the benefit of school districts. Our concern with the legislation package as proposed, including the proposed reductions to state revenue, would be that equalization aid would be potentially cut in the future, since it's outside of the future education future fund. And we've seen the state reduce TIOSA and equalization funding in the past in times of reduced state general fund.
But not 23 out of the last 25 years.
We didn't say all of the tweaks were in the negative.
Oh, that's very tricky. Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Any other opponents for LB 583? Anyone want to testify in the neutral position? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Shear, and for LARRYSCHERER. And I'm here mainly as provide a little historical perspective. I'm not employed by anybody. I'm not lobbying for anybody. I do think my property taxes are too high on our acreage. And I live in Malcolm. But there's a lot of reasons for that. So I would just say, I shared the concern about the option funding. I haven't seen the governor's amendment, but I think that takes care of it. I stapled one on the back. If it's any different, use whatever you want to. The other issue on option funding, I think Senator Wayne has put his finger on something that's going to take a little time to unravel, and that is how we fund option students generally from the start. And when this first came in, I was here 33 years ago and looked a little bit like you do now. And there were only a couple hundred students. Senator Bach wanted to promote it, and so there was a fairly generous figure put in there, statewide average expenditures. I think it's time to take another look at that, but that's not, may not be something you can do in a quick time frame. I share the concerns about the foundation aid, not from the standpoint of its fairness. I think putting a certain amount of basic funding that goes to everybody is probably a good idea. But the future idea of what's going to grow in the future. When we started this in 59, foundation aid was 3-1, and equalization aid was the 1. So one of the things I'm concerned about is that, I like the idea of the future education fund, but is there potential growth in that for normal growth and equalization and basic funding? And it's late. I know that you all want to get some answers from people that have a lot of numbers, so I'll just end right there. If there's any questions, I will try to answer, or you can call me later.
Any questions, Mr. Sure.
Thank you,
Conrad.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good to see you, Larry. Hi. I was just reading Senator Jerome Warner's biography over the holidays, and there was a lot of discussion about the history that you were on the front lines of developing this proposal. And, I don't think that we should dig in our heels from a policy perspective just because we've always done it that way, right? Or out of a sense of sentimentality. But we should be open-minded if there are better approaches to meet our policy goals and the needs of our state. So I'm trying to kind of wrestle with the promises previous legislatures have made to their citizens through crafting these formulas. And then, listening to folks like Senator Breezy's constituents really loud and clear that this isn't working for us. We need need some relief. We need to figure out how to update, modernize, or make some of these aspects work a little bit better for everybody in the state. So
totally agree.
I'm just, trying to think through how, we can find the right balance as policymakers to keep our promises, to be clear with all constituents that, if our ultimate goal is to move away from equalization and to start down a path of simply foundational aid per pupil, what have you. I just want to make sure that we're clear about that goal, right? And I'm feeling a creeping sense that might be where we're headed with this proposal, and that makes me a bit more nervous than the proposal itself. So that's a long-winded explanation.
I share that concern. And I do think it takes a deeper look at, each school district's needs. They're far, far different, across the state. And our formula maybe isn't addressing all of those need factors as well as it should. So it will take some real thought and digging in. I think you should ask Dave Welch what he would do, and probably he has a good handle on it.
Well, clearly he's provided us a lot of really in-depth information.
He's been studying this for as long as I have.
Yeah. And then the last question, Larry, just so that I can make sure I have it square in my head. I remember a little bit of this from when I was wearing my appropriations hat, but this is a little bit different from the education lens. There's a lot of other streams outside of TIOSA itself or equalization aid that, are part of the funding puzzle or the resource provision, either from the federal, state, or local effort that's out there. Can you just help us to maybe just have a, what do they call it? A Twitter-esque 140 characters. I don't know if that's possible, but just tick off maybe some of those big ticket items in terms of other revenue streams that help us advance our educational goals.
Yeah, I'm not a tweeter, but
I'm not either.
There is the school lands and funds money that goes out to everybody. It's not a huge amount. There, the special education money, as Dave mentioned, is in the formula now through basic funding. So that's there. The option funding is a big amount now. The income tax
Right.
money
Right.
is sitting there. It was intended to be much, much larger than it is right now, and it has a little bit of a wealth factor in it. In fact, I'd say a lot. Income relates a lot to the wealth of the district, but it's not measured very well right now. So again, there are a number of things, but those are maybe the big ones I can think of.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Linehan?
Thank you, Chairman Murman. Isn't one of the problems with the income tax percent going back, it makes the rich richer?
Well, it is included as a resource, I believe, in the formulas.
But if you're an unequalized school district and
Yeah.
then wouldn't it make the rich richer?
If you, it is unequalized in that sense.
Right.
Yeah. So
Well, 'cause
I'm just saying income, well, the way we value property right now only looks at, the traditional methods of valuation, using an income factor in that, which really doesn't relate to our rebate. It relates to how much that property is earning over time.
But I am.
I think pardon?
I really appreciate, first I should have said this first. I really appreciate you being here because I've heard you talked about for the whole time I've been in the legislature, that you would have the answers. So here you are. But I'm talking about the rebate part. You're an unequalized school district, you get your income tax back. It would make the rich richer, I think, is what I've heard. Not equal, it's not part of the, because we're down to what? We've got very few equalized school districts, so
Right. Very few equalized districts.
very, well. a
Very
lot
few
less.
equalized districts, and I understand the foundation aid could make that even less. So, I think that the income tax rebate, if you will, should go into a state coffer and then be redistributed through equalization, as opposed to each district getting back what they're getting, what they raise.
So you
So,
don't
I
think-
mean, I'm not saying income as the way it is now, but in the future,
So let me say that, you think that the 2.5% rebate should just go away and we should just put it all in the formula?
I think
Some of it.
2.5 should be 20%, and that 20% should go into the equalization funding fund, perhaps the Education Forward Fund, and that is used to stabilize the formula over time. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but
Okay.
a lot of bells and whistles to deal with.
That's a, 1059 didn't include the option funding, right? That was a different bill, which you sent us.
Right.
Was that in the same time frame or?
It came in, I believe, a year after that, or a year before. And, it was just hard to get 25 votes for something that was new. Minnesota and a few other states had. So they made the funding fairly attractive to the districts that were receiving the district. But it's perhaps in the light of the way the equalization formula has grown, and it has grown, it needs another look.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Senator Wayne?
Do you think TIOSA is we should still be using the basic formula today now that you watched it and watched how education has changed from online learning to split classes to, even inside of Omaha, you have an unequalized school district that benefits from option enrollment. You can literally drive through one part of the city and go to multiple districts. Do you think the formula over the years can currently match the needs that are actually out there?
I think it does a decent job of looking at the needs as we know them. Have needs grown? The technology is way, way different than it was.
But in your testimony, you said, why should we settle for good when we can do great? So don't you think at this point we should maybe look at the entire TIOSA and maybe go for great?
I'd say perfect is the enemy of the good. And you got something I think is good still can be. I agree with your feelings on the option funding part of it, but any new system, as long as it has an equalization basis in it, as one big part, you know.
What
I
do you
haven't
mean-
looked, I haven't
what do you mean
looked
by
at the bills
equalization?
for 5 years.
What do you mean by equalization basis?
So that the educational opportunities for kids are matched up to the district's ability to pay for those educational opportunities. That has to be there on both sides. I do think, you know, the way we value property now, if it's changed out, you know, within the formula or outside the formula, that would help more than a lot of the things we're looking at right now. But those are tough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
If I understood you correctly, you said that property is a better estimate of wealth than income?
No.
Okay.
I did not say that.
Okay.
I did not say that. I would say for the ongoing costs of a school system, income could be better than property, but you know, property's sitting there. It's hard to avoid taxing it when it's just out there. Income is squishy. I mean, income moves around and it's more difficult. But that's why I think there's, you know, it has to be in there, but it's not an easy thing to do. No, I don't. I just said the opposite of that. If I misspoke, it's because, you know, I've been out of this for too long.
Because in the biggest part of our state, the measure of wealth is property as far as funding schools.
It is.
That's what we feel is unfair.
I know. And I think there's a certain amount of validity to that. I grew up on a farm and lived on an acreage, but my friends at other places would say maybe not right, but I don't care. I'm retired.
Well, some of us still do care.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other, I guess we're in the neutral position.
Chairman Murman, members of the Education Committee, my name is Kyle Fairburn, KYLEFAIRBAIRN. I represent the Greater Nebraska Schools Association, GNSA. Our organization is made up of 25 of the largest school districts in the state, and we represent over 70% of the children in the state and over 88% of the minority children in the state. I come today in a neutral position on 583, but I do want to thank Senator Sanders and Governor Pillen for bringing this bill. It's been a long time since we've had a bill come forward on education that increased the funding for all schools in the state. We have had lots of opportunities and lots of bills have come through lower property taxes, and a lot of that has been done, but there's been very few that came after and increased money for education. GNSA still has a couple of issues with this bill that we would like to see changed as it moves across the stages. The $1,500 per student does not affect schools that are equalized much at all in the state. It does affect a couple of them. Equalized school districts in the state make up 14 of the lowest spending 15 school districts in the state. 6 of those are the lowest 6 spending school districts in the state are all GNSA schools. They receive little increase with the $1,500. I'm going to give you an example of what the difference is in Bennington Public Schools. Bennington Public Schools right now spends $11,200 per child. This is the lowest spending school district in the state by some amount. Under this bill, they would receive nothing under the $1,500 per student, and they would get about $200 per student in the special education fund. That's about the lowest amount any district's going to receive in special education increase. The district less than 20 miles away, that in Senator Breezy's definition of what can increase their school district levies, and in his bill, that is an average sized district, medium sized district, they spend $6,000 more per child than Bennington Public Schools does. That district has a levy 34 cents less than the general fund levy of Bennington. They spend $6,000 more, and under this bill, they're going to get $2,048 per student versus Bennington's $200. That's not fair. Not when you're the lowest spending school district in the state. That's one of the things we would like to see moved, that the $1,500 includes every student in the state, not just non-equalized students. Special education, I've talked to Senator Sanders about this. We greatly appreciate the 80% movement on special education. We would like to see that instead of 30% up to 40%, if we're not going to get the $1,500, to move that amount greater so that we will be able to have some property tax reduction also. We also are concerned about the ability to have stability in this funding. Right now, there's bills in the legislative this session that spend more money, that cut income taxes, that add additional funding for property tax relief, and also a bill to add income tax incentive to fund private schools that in a few years could increase to over hundreds of millions of dollars. That is a concern that we won't be able to fund this program. Again, Senator Sanders, Governor, thank you very much. We really appreciate increasing education funding. It's very important.
Any questions for Mr. Fairborn? Senator Lincoln.
So I don't have to spend hours trying to figure this out. What is the school that's 20 miles from Bennington that spends $6,000 more?
Springfield.
Springfield? And is this just general fund spending, or is that all in?
All I'm comparing, Senator, is the per pupil expenditure in the school district presented by the Department of Education.
So it's general fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other neutral testifiers? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Murman and members of the committee. My name is Terry Hawk. I'm the superintendent of schools. Terry, Terryhaack. Superintendent of schools for Bennington Public Schools. We provide neutral testimony today. Won't go into everything here, just a couple of stories. Bennington Public Schools supports and appreciates what the governor has done, providing more money for education. We certainly support the special ed increases, but just a couple of stories. Bennington Public Schools opened 2 new buildings this past year. It has increases over the last 10 years of 12% in budget increase. That would be alarming to most people until you consider that we had 10% annual growth in student population. When we look back, our per pupil cost with that 12% growth in budget is only increased 2.6%, where the annual per pupil cost in the state has been about 3.5. And Senator Breeze, I think that answers the question that you had earlier. So we've been under that 3%, even though we have a 12% growth in budget. You have to take into consideration that Bennington, like other growing school districts, is an outlier, and not everything one size fits all. So we're looking for some latitude to talk with Senator Sanders, the governor, the committee, to look at growing schools. When you look at Bennington Public Schools, it's difficult to fit into a bill as we look at today. We understand that this is a package. We do have some concerns with the levy limit. If we were to increase with regular growth of 7 to 10%, I understand the amendment would help in that regard, but it still creates a catch-up mode for Bennington Public Schools, as we at times will have 7 to 10% growth, but we're also going to be opening new buildings. So it limits the ability for us to have enough revenue for that to move forward. As an example, we split 1 oversized school, middle school, into 2. We added 47 new teachers to that budget last year, and we still had a higher class size in our middle schools because we didn't have enough revenue to hire enough teachers for that. Thus, we need 2 to 3 years to make those things happen. Again, that's the story of Bennington. Appreciate GNSA to add to that. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Senator Linehan?
Thank you, Chairman Murman. Thank you very much, Dr. Hawk, for being here. On the new building monies you get in the formula, does that, you have to wait 2 years to get that? Does that come before?
No,
And is it enough?
Well, you got a loaded question there, Senator. It belongs in the TIOSA formula.
Okay.
It provides 20% of what that student capacity is for the building. It comes in 2 years. So the year you open, you receive the 20%, and the next year you receive the 10%. And then it should be a part of your formula needs as you move forward. Is it enough? You have to couple that with what your community needs are. And I would say as you look at elementaries, as opposed to middle schools and then high schools, I don't know that it would be enough for high schools. It's barely there for middle schools, and I think it's appropriate for elementaries. But it is one size fits all for that.
So I think, okay, so that's an adjustment. Maybe the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand that don't live in Elkhorn, aren't blessed to live in Elkhorn, Bennington, or Gretna, is our general fund levy, $1.05, is also on top of that. What is it in Bennington? What's your bonding?
Well, we have a $1.05 general fund, and we have a 38-cent bond for $1.43.
$1.43. And I think Elkhorn's right there, and I think Gretna might be above that.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Senator Wayne?
Do you think the formula is working?
Senator, I do think the formula is meeting some of the needs that we have in the state. As an example, we have 42% of our general fund budget is state aid. If we were to eliminate that, we would have to raise our $1.05 to just about $2 to have the lowest per pupil cost in the state of Nebraska. So there is a need for TIOSA.
I'm not saying there's not a need for state aid. I'm asking, is TIOSA working? And your answer was for some students.
Senator, I think the mechanism is there. As the testifier before me said, there are some adjustments that can be made, but I think it is a necessary component of funding for the state of Nebraska.
That was a very good political answer.
Well,
you gotta,
I am not running
we
for,
go way back
not
to the
running for
learning
office.
community days when I was on the learning community and we had these conversations. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions, Senator Breezy?
Thank you, Chairman Murman. Thank you for your testimony here today. A growing district like yours, you increase student enrollment by 10%.
That's on average.
1 year, well, okay, on average. What does 10% increase in student enrollment do to your costs on average? What percent?
Well,
It's not
if you
one
look
to
at a
one.
per pupil cost, which I think is a fair assessment, it typically raises it about 2 to 2.5%. Now that varies. If you're opening a building, those per pupil costs are going to go up.
Yeah, in the current iteration of 589, I believe the amendment allows for an adjustment for student growth, I think 0.25%, and that matches with what you're saying there.
If I'm reading the amendment, it's 20% of growth. Is that correct?
Yeah, pardon?
If I'm looking at the amendment, and I haven't read it because it came out today, but my understanding is the
It might be
first
20.
part was 40% of growth. The amendment, I believe, is 20%.
I think you're right, I just said 25.
Okay.
I think it is 20.
So if you take 10% growth, you're adding 2% plus the 3%. And if your board approves, you have another 5%. Is that correct? So now you're equal to 2%. Now you're equal to 10% student growth. That doesn't allow for anything for inflation or employment raises that go along with that.
But didn't you just say that student growth of 10% increases costs 2%? So 20
On a per pupil cost. So what I said earlier was our budget over the last 10 years has average growth of about 12% with a 10% student growth.
Okay.
So a per pupil cost, I think, is a better way to look at that.
Okay.
which is about 2.5%.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Murman, Education Committee. My name is Brett Richards, BRETT-RICHARDS, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services at Papillion La Vista Community Schools. First of all, I want to thank you for your hard work as senators of the Nebraska Legislature. Nebraska Public Schools rank among the top in the nation because of your support and caring of our public schools. You and your predecessors should be very proud of this, and it's not everywhere in a country like this. I also want to thank our new governor, Governor Pillen, for his support and proposed new funding for school districts in Nebraska and his 3-bill package. Also, thank you to Senator Sanders, Breezy, and Clements for sponsoring these bills as part of the package. I want to start by saying our school district is testifying neutral. First, because we haven't had a chance to speak to our board as a whole thoroughly enough for me to represent either a positive or a negative against this bill. And second, because there are a few items we'd like to just bring to your attention and hopefully continue to work with you on solutions. Today, I'd like to try and give you information on how state aid and property taxes interact for Papillion La Vista Community Schools. Any of the information I have handed out in the chart that's being passed around is available through the Nebraska Department of Education or through the state auditor's website. State aid and property tax asking are the 2 largest revenue streams the school district receives. They're also the 2 main revenues we plan and project with each year to develop our budget and make sure we are able to cover our costs for the upcoming year. On page 3, I've attached a chart where you can see the assessed value has gone up 22.2% over the last 3 years in Papillion La Vista Community Schools. State aid has decreased about around 16% over that same time because of that valuation growth. When assessed value goes up, state aid goes down, and then property tax asking has to go up to make up the difference, so we're able to sustain as a school district. Also on the chart on page 3, when combining the 2 largest revenue streams for state aid and property tax asking amounts, Papillion La Vista's averaged 2.29% per year in revenue growth asking for the last 3 years. That is fiscal responsibility from our Board of Education and Administration. I know there are many other equalized districts that have the same stories, but we do get questions sometimes by senators and our taxpayers for our property tax asking because there is a lack of understanding how the state aid formula works. The postcard bill does not help with this and adds to the confusion of our taxpayers. Flexibility in the property tax asking is an essential tool for school districts when dealing with enrollment growth and state aid decreases. The larger the increase property tax asking is, unfortunately needed to make up for state aid decreases or opening of new schools or adding staffing for enrollment growth. For this reason, caps on property tax asking does not work well. We do appreciate the amendments though on the soft cap there to help with that. On page 3, Papillion La Vista has been able to drop the general fund tax levy 4 cents over the last 3 years, but assessed value has gone up 22.2% in that same time. It is difficult to see our taxpayers not be able to get more property tax relief because our district is penalized with state aid decreases. In unequalized districts, property taxes can be reduced nearly dollar for dollar by their local boards during higher valuation and increase years. They will see much higher property tax relief with these type of bills than equalized school districts. And the gap on the tax levies between equalized and unequalized school districts continues to widen. Governor Pillen's plan would allow our school district to lower an estimated 6 to 7 cents the first year as implemented. That's a start. That is. We're really pleased with that. Again, we appreciate that influx of dollars into education in Nebraska. And thank you again for all your hard work in supporting our schools while trying to get much needed property tax relief for all of our taxpayers.
Any questions for Mr. Richards, Senator Linehan?
Thank you, Chairman Murman. So you would be able to reduce your levy, is that mostly because of, on your second to last bullet point here, is that because of the increase in special ed?
Yes.
Okay, so you bring up a really good point here, which we haven't talked much about today, but I think we all have to think about. The way the current formula works, it's going to continue to happen. You're going to continue to lose state aid because valuations are going to continue to go up.
That is correct. And that when I listened to some of the testimony earlier and people are thinking this is going to be dollar for dollar tax relief for all our district, it's not. And that's where we get interested in tax relief in our district and high valuations. And I know I talked to Senator Murman about this and, the agriculture has gone through this as well. But residential right now values have gone up, skyrocketed over the last 4 or 5 years in the suburbs of Omaha.
But do you think GNSA has any appetite for relooking at that? Because anytime we've tried over the last 6 years to lower residential valuations, they've been very much opposed.
I think sustainability for GNSA schools is the main thing. And, Senator Wayne has brought that up as well, is trying to make this formula work better for everybody is one of our goals. But sustainability is always where districts get nervous.
Do you see any appetite at GNSA for actually lowering any valuations on residential or commercial?
I don't want to speak for GNSA schools. I would say that you have an appetite from Papillion La Vista schools to look at that.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Any other neutral testifiers? If not, Senator Sanders, you're welcome to close. And while she's coming up, one in the online comments, one proponent, 0 opponents, 0 neutral.
Oh, thank you all for your attentiveness. I again want to thank Governor Pillen and his team for their hard work. It is clear that education is a top priority for this administration. Thank you to all who testified and came out on their busy Tuesday. And thank you for those to support this bill, from Lincoln Public School to the corn growers to the Catholic Conference. Together, we will lift boats as we continue this conversation for LB 583. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator Sanders? Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Chairman Murman. Thank you for bringing this and your great work on this. But just for the record here, just to be clear here, your proposal would put an extra 22.5 million towards OPS and another 22.5 million towards LPS, correct? Based on these sheets here. I think that's right. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
That's not, just to be clear, that's not general fund money. That's special education money.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not,
We're
thank you
not
very
executing.
Well, we've got 2 more.
Thank you, Chairman Murman.
Thank you. And we're going to take about a 7 or 8 minute break.
Great.
Try and hold it to just 7 or 8 minutes.
District 38. Today I'm here to introduce a very simple bill that came to me from the Nebraska Department of Education. LB 698 will align Nebraska statutes with the federal statutes regarding a veteran's residency status when attending a college or university. On December 20th, 2019, the United States Space Force was established. Current state law conflicts with the federal law, given that it does not include the veterans of the U.S. Space Force from accessing the same type of educational assistance that members and veterans of Army, Navy, or Air Force would receive. This is a very simple bill that is good for our veterans, and I will try to answer any questions you may have, or there'll be testifiers behind me.
Great. Do we have any questions for Senator Murman on LB 698? Seeing none, thank you. First proponent. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Brad Dirksen, B-R-A-D, Dirksen, D-I-R-K-S-E-N. I am the Accountability, Accreditation, and Program Approval Office Administrator at the Nebraska Department of Education. I'm testifying on behalf of the Nebraska Department of Education in the position of proponent on LB 698. The Nebraska Department of Education operates as the state approving agency in Nebraska, approving education and training programs related to the GI Bill benefits. Nebraska is currently out of compliance with federal law with respect to offering in-state tuition rates to veterans and eligible beneficiaries utilizing the GI Bill. Nebraska currently has a waiver through June 1st, 2023, allowing our state time to come into compliance with federal mandates. LB 698 would bring Nebraska into compliance with federal law. If the items in LB 698 are not changed in the statute, our state runs a very real possibility of no longer having programs at public colleges and universities approved for GI Bill benefits, which would affect many veterans and their dependents. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Any other proponents wishing to speak to LB 698? Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, anyone in neutral position? Senator Murman, do we have any letters? Any letters for the record?
Sorry.
Okay, we have two proponents, Kathy Wilmot and Dean Kinkle.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't really have any concerns about this bill. I thought there wouldn't be an opponent, any opponents, and it should be a consent calendar type bill. My only fear was that we would have possibly some space aliens who'd come in and testify against it. So glad to see that didn't happen.
All right.
Any
other
questions?
Seeing none, thank you. Okay. Next, the kids. I don't know why they're all back here. Why are all those kids?
Okay, we'll open the hearing on LB 414. Senator Conrad.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Murman. Good afternoon, almost good evening, colleagues, friends, all on the Education Committee. My name is Danielle Conrad. It's D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, Conrad, C-O-N-R-A-D. I represent North Lincoln's 46th Legislative District. I'm here today to introduce LB 414. LB 414 amends provisions relating to the option enrollment program. And we're bringing this measure forward to ensure that children with disabilities in particular are not denied the ability to opt into another school district because of their disability. Specifically, the measure directs school districts to adopt a resolution regarding standards for consideration of the application of option students. And then it goes on to ensure that school districts are not permitted to deny option students who receive special education services or who have IEPs, individualized education plans, unless the districts do not have capacity for special education services. So what really, I think one of the key components of this measure does is that it directs that capacity for special education services for purposes of option enrollment are really decided on a case-by-case basis instead of a blanket kind of determination in regards to capacity. The other key component of this legislation is that the evaluation really be done by and led by the Director of Special Education in the school district, which might have more expertise and understanding about the types of services that each individual with an IEP or special needs might need to help evaluate the district's capacity. And then the last piece would be really more about kind of like what I would term procedural due process. So what LB 414 would do, it would provide that if an application for a student with disability is rejected by the option school district, that rejecting district basically has to provide written notice to the family so that they have an understanding about why their application was rejected and delineate specific reasons why it was rejected, so that the family, if they so decide, can then effectuate a more meaningful appeal process, having that information, that specific information available to them. I urge your favorable consideration of the bill. I am happy to answer any questions. I'm also happy to note for the record, I do not pretend to be an expert on option enrollment. I am working hard to get up to speed as an enthusiastic lifelong learner. I know that this, one thing that's really cool about this committee assignment and working on these measures is the ability to go deeper, to learn about these cool issues. And so in preparing for the hearing, I had a chance to go back and look at the legislative findings and intent related to the establishment of the option program in the 80s and 90s, so to speak, and then tweaked over the years by a host of really amazing education leaders in our Nebraska legislature. But if you look at the initial components in the statutory framework, what the option enrollment program was meant to do at its heart was really to honor parents' choices to direct what's best for their kids when it comes to finding the best place to get that great education. So I want to just kind of always have that bigger picture about there's specific components in this measure about, notice and how the option enrollment program works. But at its heart, the option enrollment program was really meant to center the right of parents to do what's right for them and their kids. And I know Senator Linehan had measures in the last biennium that were related or similar to this measure that I've had a chance to review as well. So I know it's an issue that bubbles up from time to time.
Any questions for Senator Conrad at this time? Senator Albright.
Thank you. I'm just circling up
Yes.
quite a few shalls
Yes.
in this.
Yes.
But did somebody bring this to
Yes.
you? And if so, who? And if a family knows that where they're at is not working and they want to go somewhere else,
Yeah.
and these folks say, hey, we just can't accommodate you, do you think that that's happening a lot throughout our state?
Sure, and let me make sure I work through all of and if I forget one, Senator Albright, help me. I didn't bring a pencil up to jot them down, but yes. So in preparing my legislative agenda, like each of us, kind of touch base with different stakeholders. And I had worked with the folks at the Education Rights Council organization before. When I was at ACLU, we worked frequently together on disability rights issues and educational equity issues. And so we had that established relationship. And what they asked is if I would be willing to put in this legislation to help to continue the the conversation about how students and families with students with disabilities are being treated in the option program. So that's exactly the impetus for the bill. I was asked to bring this forward by an advocacy group. It aligned with my values. It had bubbled up in the campaign as something that I had heard from some families in our district, that they were kind of frustrated with how these programs worked. And so it seemed like a good avenue to learn a little bit more about that and see if we could make some changes. And I maybe missed the last part of your question.
But this, I just want to wrap my head
Yeah.
around this whole deal, because if the school is responsible for
Yeah.
that student, but isn't living up to what the parents might think should be happening, and then somebody denies them saying that we just don't have the capacity to
Mhm.
bring you in, what other options would be out there, for that family is why I think, but then what would you do if that, do you challenge the capacity? Does the parent say, no, wait a minute, I mean, you don't have anybody with special
Right.
needs, so why would you not take my child? I mean, what would happen in a
I-
situation like that?
My understanding, Senator Albright, is that there have been families impacted by how the current law operates, and that they feel that these changes would help them to better understand the process, to get more clarity about what options may be available to them or not. And if they're not available to them, to have the information to decide whether or not they want to appeal it or not. Say, for example, if a district were to have a blanket kind of ruling out there in regards to capacity, that really would be inequitable, because different students with different kinds of special needs might need a whole different kind of array of services, right? If somebody has, some sort of diagnosis or part of their IEP that maybe just has a little extra tutoring every week, or maybe a visual or auditory aid in order to learn, that's very different than some of the students that we heard about this morning that have those really significant needs in terms of their ability to learn. So I think that's why that blanket exemption sometimes on capacity can really have inequitable results for students with
And then
disability.
just one more.
Is that
question.
helpful? I don't
So,
know.
no, this is just one more. So the school that is going to allow that family to opt out of their district,
Yeah.
somewhere else,
Yeah.
don't they still have to pay for that student?
Do they still have to pay like their property taxes?
Well, no, I'm just saying like some schools get $10,000
Oh, yeah.
or whatever. So does that money that for special ed or whatever go with that child, or will that school that they're leaving have to continue to pay for that?
Yeah, I think I understand, and if not, I'll be happy to be corrected. But
Trying to wrap my
so
head around
this measure, 414 itself, and if you look at the fiscal note, I think it kind of helps to tease it out a little bit more. Doesn't really change anything in relation to the dollars and cents in terms of how that works in the option enrollment program itself. What this is more about that kind of due process, that kind of framework for making the decision. But I think you're exactly right. The option enrollment program at its heart, has a series of funding mechanisms, a series of kind of decision points and application points along the way to help figure out how to support parents in terms of picking out what's the best option for their kids. So yes, the parent would still pay their property taxes in their home or their resident district, right? But then there would be some funding support for the option students that kind of helps to balance things out there, I think,
kind of tries
generally
to explain
speaking.
it. Yeah, got it. All right, thank you very much for hanging with me there.
Any other questions, Senator Linhan?
Thank you, Chair Murman. So I appreciate this as an improvement, but they still can say no, right?
That's right.
So you're just saying they can at the beginning of the year, or are you saying, I'm sorry, I didn't read this beforehand. Are
That's
you
okay.
saying that they cannot say, we're not going to take any children with an IEP, or they can decide that, but they have to turn down each one of them separately?
I think Senator Linehan, I think both, actually. I think that this would require that it's a case-by-case determination instead of a sort of a blanket denial, so to speak, regarding capacity. And then, that's not the end of the conversation. Then it opens up a dialogue between the district and the family. Can they provide the services for that individual or not? Kind of like we see in the employment context. Do they have capacity to provide a reasonable accommodation or not? And so just because they have to have a case-by-case analysis, that's not the end of the query. The query then goes to decide whether or not the district can meet that student's need, and then it would provide more information for the families if they were denied.
Which I appreciate all
Yeah.
that and it's improvement, but they still can say no.
Yes,
right?
that's
what I'm
exactly
saying.
right. Yes, they
So
can.
we're not saying you have to take them regardless.
Yes, sorry. I
They
may have
to-
over
they have
answered
to
there.
Be more thoughtful about it.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
That's exactly right. And then if the school district were to say no, were to deny the option application, by having more specific information about how they came to that conclusion, I think it could improve the process if a parent wanted to appeal to the Nebraska Department of Education, which is currently maybe not as robust as it could be, and they're trying to understand the reason for no sometimes.
Because I don't think they get any reason now, right? They just get no.
I think that's right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Proponents for LB 414. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Elizabeth Einen Kokerda, ELIZABETHEYNON-KOKRDA, and I am the Managing Attorney of Education Rights Council, and we're a nonprofit whose mission is to remove legal barriers to educational equity. And we're here today to testify in favor of LB 414 because it does precisely that. It removes a legal barrier that discriminates against children with disabilities. It does it by holding districts accountable for decision-making, asking them to be accurate, fair, and transparent about their abilities to serve all children. Currently, Nebraska's option enrollment actually discriminates on its face against children with disabilities. The very first question on the option enrollment form is, does your child require special education services? Our law permits schools to use this information to then deny all availability for students with disabilities without providing any supporting information. School districts don't have to justify their alleged lack of availability with any statistics or facts. They don't even have to say what available means. In other words, they don't have to show any lack of capacity to serve. And the net result in Nebraska is that most districts have set their capacity to take on option students that have disabilities at 0. Schools have actually gone so far as to refuse to accept students who aren't receiving special education services if they have any type of disability under the grounds that they could be called potentially to serve the student at some point in the future. We reviewed all contested open enrollment cases concerning special education since 1998. It's 25 years. Every single case, they upheld the school district. And why is that? It's because our law says that whatever the school district says is presumed valid and reasonable. And it's up to the families to prove where the decision isn't valid. But they can't because the schools aren't required to announce capacity, keep data, measure impact, make individual decisions. It's our law that makes it a you-lose situation for every family, every time. And the situation is egregious. In the most recent case that I have outlined here, the school district didn't even do what the statute says it's supposed to. It didn't say it was at capacity. It didn't set a capacity. It didn't follow the statutes, and they still were upheld. And the reason is because the family couldn't prove that the district had capacity to serve because they didn't have any data. Let me tell you, no one bothers to challenge denials anymore because there's no point. It's unfair and it constitutes prohibited discrimination. The reason I say this is there are a couple cases I've outlined in my testimony. I'm trying to go quickly because my yellow light is glowing, where the Office of Civil Rights came in. And the big factor was an individual decision made or was it a blanket decision? Every time it's a blanket decision, they find it is discrimination. I see my red lights on. I'd like to talk about the one positive time.
Yep.
Is that all right?
I'll ask you to continue.
Thank you so much, Senator. I do appreciate it. I wanted to point out that in Wisconsin, they had basically a setup that's somewhat similar to ours. And when it went to court, it was upheld, but precisely because it had these individual decision-making process that you went through. So we want to basically make sure that Nebraska is functioning in a constitutional manner. When it says on its face that you can discriminate, we should fix that. And that's why I support LB 414. We've had many, many, many families that have been denied. And I would hope that you would look at this seriously and think if we could make it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Senator
Thank you,
Walz.
Chairman Murman, and thanks for coming. I really, really appreciate your testimony. We did hear from a superintendent this morning regarding this exact situation. One of the questions I have is, how might this bill impact like a smaller school?
That's a really good question. I mean, on its face, it would impact all schools the same, because what it really does is say, would you please take a look at what your real capacity is? Set your capacity, announce what it is, and then when somebody comes and asks, we want to option enroll, and yes, my child does have a disability, look and see if you have the true capacity to serve. I think I heard Senator Conrad talk about, let's put that with a decision maker that has information. But I think going back to Senator Linehan's point, it does not say you have to take a child that is a 50,000 individual child, which means you're going to have to, add a whole new teacher, all those different things. That would be clearly an ability to say, look, we don't have that capacity. Here is our budget. We have one special education teacher that does not have the services or the ability, or we'd have to remodel the school. I mean, it's not saying you have to do that. What it's saying is, let's differentiate and let's make sure that when we are having a child, we have families where let's say I have 3 children and they want to go to, Lincoln to Malcolm or Malcolm to Lincoln for whatever reasons we've heard today. And they have one child that has dyslexia. What would happen? I don't think this is Lincoln Public Schools, so I'm going to make it a different school district. School A, School B. The school that they're coming to could say, we'll take the 2 children that don't have disabilities, but we're sorry. Your other child that has dyslexia, she has to stay home. And that kind of discrimination, it hurts families. And it really basically is saying on its face, disability equals no. And that's what we can't do. We have to say, can we really do this? So I don't know if that answered your question, Senator. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does. So if we wouldn't pass this law, what would happen? I guess maybe that would be a better way.
Well, what's happening right now is no one that has a disability really gets this option, except in a few districts have not set that as a barrier, but most districts have a 0 capacity. What my fear is that just like we've seen here, the Office for Civil Rights is going to come in. Parents are really frustrated. They're frustrated because they don't have the right to make decisions that they think are best for their children. And I mean, we're in Nebraska, nice state. We don't like to sue, or we don't like to be sued. We don't like the Office for Civil Rights to come in and tell us what to do. I think that the fear is that we would be challenged, and we have the inability to fix it pretty readily. So I don't know what would happen other than someday somebody's going to get fed up, because what's happening right now is every single time the answer is no.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. You mentioned that Wisconsin has better flexibility with their option for disability students. So they specifically kind of describe the different services they have and what is available and what's not available in their school statutes, I guess.
In their statute, it requires the school to define what capacity is. So ahead of time, here's what our capacity looks like. And then actually make decisions based on the actual attributes of the individual with the disability. And one of the ways that Wisconsin was able to show indeed that this was equitable is because about 60% of the kids that applied for option enrollment were accepted. So there were 40% that the school district did not have that capacity, but it still passed muster. because we were making an individual decision based on the individual district and the individual student.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Any other proponents?
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Murman, members of the Education Committee. My name is Nixie Greca. It's DUNIXIGUERECA. I am the Executive Director of Sanford Schools, a nonprofit dedicated to advancing public education in Nebraska. I will not be reading all of my prepared testimony. I think the folks that spoke before me, including the senator and the expert behind me, hit on a lot of those topics. So I'll just kind of jump to the end if y'all don't mind. While Sanford Schools is hesitant to support additional requirements for our already burdened teachers and administrators, we believe that the changes outlined in LB 414 are consistent with our support of public school systems, that it is non-discriminatory, transparent, and equitable for all students. For those reasons, we urge you to support LB 414, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Any other proponents for LB 414? Any opponents for LB 414? Anyone want to testify in the neutral capacity? No, you're welcome to close, and Senator Conrad waves closing.
I can ask you afterwards, I'm sorry.
It's whatever your preference.
No,
Senator.
I can ask you afterwards.
Okay, we, in the online comments, we have 1 proponent, 0 opponent, 0 neutral. And with that, we will close the hearing for LB 414 and hearings for the day.